clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a good one. That's a banger, and that's a banger indeed.
He hasn't got in to finish him off just yet. Runs round the corner.
Oh!
The damage.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. This is the start of our final week of league play, the final opportunity for teams to get themselves up in towards that much sought after third super weekend. Now, my name is DK. With me, of course, is Esproxy. We're going to be taking you through all the action here today. Now, Esproxy, we've been seeing some really exciting gameplay coming through over on the super weekend. But as I just said, this is going to be the final opportunity for teams to try and bring in those points to qualify for the last super weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if the teams don't bring it here, they will unfortunately not have an opportunity to get those very spicy winner chicken dinners on the super weekends that cost an extra $500. You know, they won't have the opportunity to get themselves points to get into that top 16, making their way into the finals in the first place. So a lot is at stake this week.
Yeah, there's going to be quite a few things at stake. Now, one of the things we know that's definitely not at stake is going to be a quick shout out to our format here as we move in. We see it is time for that league play. Of course, all 20 teams are going to be stepping up within their 5 groups. 4 groups per match, going to be playing it out across our 5 matches for the day. And it is going to be today and tomorrow. After that, final opportunity to move in towards the super weekend for the teams to rake in even more points to try and lock in that position coming in towards the finals. And of course, speaking about the points, this is the point system that they are going to be utilizing. We've been seeing it displayed for the entirety of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa. And of course, no stranger to the teams. Starting over on 15 points, trickling its way all the way down to between that 13th and 16th place, where they walk away with a big fat bubble, no placement points in that position, but they can still make a difference coming in with that 1 point being awarded per elimination that they are able to acquire within the game. And also, they are fighting it out for their share of the overall prize pool. We know league stage also is going to be where each of the participating teams will be walking away with $1,500. The MVP at the end of the tournament being awarded an additional grand on top of that. And of course, as we said, Super Weekend chickens, they just taste extra nice. Of course, $22,500 up for grabs. We know already 30 of those chickens have been handed out. There's only 15 left moving into that final opportunity. And of course, after that, it is straight over in towards the finals to see which teams will be finishing up as strong as they can in that final showing. But a lot of excitement in store for us here today as the teams are getting ready to make their way on towards the battlefield. But before we go anywhere, I want to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, I just said a lot of things there, but of course, all of it's true, right? The teams are going to have to show their worth once again coming into the battlefield here today.
Absolutely. They need to really make sure that they put the pedal to the metal. There we go. That's the saying, I think it is. And absolutely put their best foot forward and make sure that they raise the bar once again, because if they don't, we're not going to see them in the final super weekend. So, you know, I'm keeping my eye out on those teams that haven't yet made it into the super weekend. So the pressure is on for, of course, SWAT 69 and Mad Knight. So if they don't make it, I don't know. You're not going to have the opportunity to get some delicious winner chicken dinners, you know? But definitely these teams have been performing to the utmost potential. They have been showing why they are here in the first place. And they've been adapting week after week after week. I mean, the competition's not easy whatsoever. All of the teams are feeling it, you know. I had an opportunity to chat to a few of them, and they were like, wow, okay, when we came back into this, it's tough. It really is. And the teams keep getting better. So adaptability is going to be the word of the week, hopefully, for SWAT 69 and Mad Knight. And for the rest of the teams, there are, of course, still a few that are in danger of not making it into that top 16. I mean, Lusail Esports, we know they want to make sure they get into that third super weekend and any of the teams towards the lower part of those standings.
Yeah, definitely want to try and push it as hard as they possibly can. And I mean, we've seen a few developments come through looking at the past Super Weekend, right? We did see the players there from the side of virtual gaming really stepping up quite exceptionally well. They were able to bring in 138 points in total on their run coming into that Super Weekend. So definitely a good footing being put in there by them. And the same can be said for the players coming in from Intruder Africa. But what's going to be important coming into this week of league play, this is where our teams, especially the 5 teams sitting at the lower end of the overall rankings, will have to grind their butts off to ensure that they have another potential seed coming into that final Super Weekend. So this is where we get to see whether or not teams like Mad Knight or, for instance, SWAT 69 will be making their way into this final Super Weekend, because not only is it the last one, but it's also going to be their last opportunity to add an extra additional bit to the bank at the end of the tournament itself. And also, I mean, Triple Esports, they need to make a comeback as well. We know first Super Weekend they came in, they were able to secure 78 points. So that currently puts them in about that 17th position. So I'm honestly, I'm pretty confident that that is not a position that they want to be in. So I'm hoping to see all the teams looking to dial it in. But what's also going to be quite interesting is the teams sitting further up ahead of them on that leaderboard now find themselves in a position where they kind of get to decide which of these other 5 teams will be granted a position to move into that Super Weekend.
Oh, I like the way that you put that. So yeah, look, there's a huge opportunity for the teams here to make or break the competition. I think that's another way to look at it, especially for Triple Esports. They didn't make it in the second Super Weekend, so because Intruder and of course we had Virtual Gaming did, they actually got enough points to kick them to 17th, as you said. So Triple Esports better come back in the third Super Weekend, or there's no finals for them. And same can be said for any team that is either not had an opportunity to get into Super Weekend or is sitting towards that 16 threshold. Because, of course, you don't want to get into finals by the skin of your teeth. I mean, the anxiety alone would make me a mess. So I know the teams definitely want to make sure they've got a fantastic buffer. They get some great winner-winner chicken dinners that have an extra $500 spice on top, and make sure they put their best foot forward moving into that final week of PMPL Africa.
Yeah, and I mean, definitely the pressure is going to be on, right? Because if we look at the performances of the teams coming in through the 2 respective league weeks that they've already gone through, right? The first week, Triple Esports, they were able to accumulate enough points to get themselves into that top 16 position, finishing on a grand total there of 38 points. But then coming into the second Super Weekend, second week of league play rather, that is where things prove to be a little bit more challenging, because as we said, the teams look to progress kind of their tactics as they move forward, right? We do see that evolution coming through from the side of the teams, and it really, if the teams don't keep up with the evolution of the other teams, the opposing teams, it does prove to be quite challenging. So hopefully we see this third week, the teams now really dialing it in, putting it nicely together, and then showing us that final push that they can bring to secure those slots moving into Super Weekend.
That is the hope. And of course, looking at our schedule, we've got a bit of a change up once again. You know, we had Miramar the first week, we had Sandhawk the second week, and now back again to Miramar. So, I mean, the teams that enjoy those long distance fights, and again, weirdly enough, I chatted to a few of the teams, they really hate Sandhawk. I don't know what it is about Sandhawk, but there's some real frustration with that map. So they're going to be happy that their last league week is on Miramar. And of course, we know there's a few teams that really do shine on those maps. Tomorrow as well, going to be basically taking the place of Erangel. Going to have 3 Miramars, 2 Erangels. So there's a bit of a switch up, but either way, we know the teams are going to be having a little bit of fun, especially with the fact that we've got one group switching in and out. So, I mean, essentially they have the same opportunities. You know, they've got 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars to work with, but it's going to cause a little bit of chaos trying to adapt to all of a sudden there's new teams in the lot.
Yeah, but I mean, like you said, now the team say that they really despise Sanhok. I gotta say, I am quite happy to hear that, because Sanhok is such a challenging map to play on, right? And it keeps on throwing a spanner in the works every now and again, and it's so beautiful to see the team squirming down below. But it does result in some beautiful PUBG being brought forward. But the same kind of goes if you move over onto a map like Miramar, for instance, right? Miramar, it is out in the desert, right? We really have seen a few teams that absolutely flourish when they set foot on Miramar, things just work out so exceptionally well for them. But what I'm looking to see this week is the teams that found Miramar to be a little bit more struggling for them. I'm looking for the improvement on that front, right? I'm looking for them to try and implement a few changes to not necessarily make Miramar their best map, but just improve their overall performance on the map of Miramar itself. Because, as you said, right, Erangel, that's the bread and butter, and we will have our 3 matches today, and of course the 2 coming in tomorrow. But we're also going to have that change up coming through with Miramar. So a lot of focus, again, this time around, being put in on the map there of Miramar. So looking to see whether or not the teams will be able to kind of bring it all together, throw it all into that cooking pot, stir it up, and come out with something beautiful at the end.
Yeah, so I mean, the teams that coming through into the first week of league play, going through into the first super weekend, who didn't have, the performance that they needed to actually qualify for that first super weekend, are going to come back and be like, okay, it's rematch time. We're going to go back onto the Miramar Erangel combination, and this time we're going to be the team to make it up into super weekend, because they don't have any other choice. If they need to get into that super weekend for whether it's a point disparity they have to work with, whether it's their first super weekend that they need to get into, whatever the reason is, whether they just want those extra winner chicken dinners and those extra $500, whatever the reason is, they need to make sure they put their best performance into this week to make sure they qualify, because it's getting close. We're almost at finals, and then it's only going to be the top 16.
Yeah, and that is going to be the beauty of it. But also now, speaking about beauty, we have to give a shout out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the dedicated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa Esports in 2022. Now, of course, we are making our way ever closer to the start of our very first match. It is going to be over on towards Erangel. And as per usual league play, we are only going to have 4 of our 5 groups coming into this first particular match. So it is going to be Group A, Group B, C, and of course, the players coming in, they're from Group D, with the addition of Group E sitting out the first match, and of course, we'll see them joining us over in towards that second one. But this is where I'm really curious to see what the teams are going to be doing, right? Because we've seen that adaptation come through after the first super weekend into the second week of league play. There was quite a substantial change coming in with the performance of the teams. If you compare that to what we saw in our first week of league play, right? Definitely quite a drastic performance shift coming through. But I'm curious to see this week if we're going to see a similar kind of shift coming through. Is it going to be another exponential change, or will there be a few other potential dynamic changes that the teams are going to be looking to bring in? Because, we've been talking about this could be the final push, the final opportunity, and they only have these 8 maps to try and lock that in. That is it. Whatever they are not able to accomplish by tomorrow, that's it, right? So definitely, if we're being fair, we'd love to see all the teams have a fair opportunity to make their way up into a super weekend. But as you said, right, it is going to come down to how these teams present themselves coming through, and whether or not they want it badly enough. Because if they want it badly enough, they'll be able to get it. But it all comes down to, I think, on that mentality coming in. And this is where things definitely get quite interesting, because the teams have now walked such a path, working their way through league play, working their way through the super weekends. And now this is where we get to see what not only the performance of these teams will be, but also what that mental state will be of the teams stepping back up onto the battlefield once again.
Yeah, so I mean, we've spoken about that mental state before. So I mean, the teams that do really well in Super Weekend come back to league play and they're like, wow, okay, we had a fantastic performance. They reset themselves. They sort of get into a really positive, attitude, which helps the team. It helps the communications. It helps you stay calm in pressure situations. It helps you sort of shake off if you've had a bad map and you're like, okay, well, we've got all these points. We've got these buffer zones. We don't really need to stress about making it into the final Super Weekend. We're fine. And then for the teams that are obviously now fighting it out and duking it out for that last Super Weekend opportunity, because if they don't make it, they don't get into finals, that's a huge bit of stress and pressure that's added in the back of their minds. It's something that they're going to have to reflect on and keep in the back of their heads as they play their games, which means any sort of hesitation, any sort of mistakes coming through, they hit just a little bit extra, like a little harder, because you're just like, man, I've got to get into Super Weekend. So it really adds a whole sort of different ball game into PUBG Mobile, because we know it can get chaotic. It's at least going to be Erangel and Miramar, so you have some time to reset yourself. but every single game counts. And so for the teams who start off maybe a little bit slower and really ramp it up, they might be the teams that we're going to be looking at to see, okay, are they going to adjust in time? You know, are they going to make it in time? Because that's going to come down to it. Some teams, they start and they never end right up until the end, like some of our big hitters. So it's going to be interesting. I'm going to see, you know, especially like the team Virtual Gaming, who we know had a fantastic performance on Sandhawk in League Play. I mean, there was no one that could really touch them in League Play on Sandhawk. They were just flying through the eliminations. I'm going to see if they're going to have the same coming through to Miramar. Teams like G3 Tempo, who we know thrive on Miramar, are going to have a fantastic week, I hope. So let's see what's going to bring some of the teams their success and what's going to be their winning conditions.
Yeah, as we know, only time will tell. Again, the stat books getting flung right out the window. At least for now, we can look back and, you know, speculate as to what we could be expecting to see coming in from the teams. But already over the past 2 weeks, I mean, things have changed, chopped and changed so many times. We see teams stepping up exceptionally well coming into League Week, then falling off a little bit when it comes in towards Super Weekend, but also the vice versa of that coming through, right? Teams performing well when in Super Weekend, then stepping up into League Play, and it's like, there's something missing, right? It leaves you with a kind of funny taste in your mouth. You're like, it needs something, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what it is. There's that something is missing. But a lot of the teams, they prove to be pretty consistent across the board, right? So we are in a kind of position where we can assess to a certain degree what kind of plays we see coming through from League, and that then roughly translates into what we see coming through in Super Weekend, right? It's not a direct translation, but it gives us like a hopeful glimpse, right? It's like, because they also, you know, they're trying to still keep a few of those strategies under wraps. They don't want to give everything away, but also they still have to do enough to ensure that they get those slots to move into the Super Weekend. So sometimes I do think we get a little bit of a slip that comes in. But of course, we are going to be looking forward to seeing what the teams will be bringing once again to the battlefield for their final rumble throughout these last 2 days of League Play. And of course, well, the plane is getting ready. It's warming up. We can hear those turbines spinning up. So we should be making our way across the map momentarily. And this is where I'm going to ask you is, what are we looking for with regards to flight path? And I just realized it's a little bit too late because you can see the map just as well as I can.
This might be the easiest answer I've ever had to give. You know, DK, I feel like we're going to go through from Military Island all the way to Georgia. I'm kidding. But yeah, look, I do want to know what that zone's going to be like today. We've had a few interesting zones. We had quite a few more northern zones over the Super Weekend, so that was a nice little bit of a change up. You know, the teams, as you've mentioned, I was so oversatisfied with southern zones because they kept teasing me for bridge games, but we never got it. We finally got it, and I think I was just so over the moon excited I didn't even realize it. But we're going to be interested to see if this is going to change it up, if teams are maybe going to change up their job sites, because of course now there's a little bit of that chopping and changing in terms of the teams that you're playing against is going to be coming through, so it's going to be interesting. I don't know. I feel like by now, most of the teams have sort of gotten into their groove in terms of Erangel. It's only really the teams that haven't found that success that might need to look at switching it up.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. I'm really hoping to see a lot more of that emphasis being put on teams trying to improve strategies that have not really worked out too well for them. But I'm also quite excited, in all honesty, to see what the players from SWAT and Midnight, as well as Triple Esports, are going to be bringing to the battlefield, right? We got Triple Esports already on the board. We got the players there from SWAT also, as well as Midnight. So all three teams that missed out on the Super Weekend, they've now had an absolutely beautiful opportunity to go out, assess those mods, try and come up with strategies to potentially not only secure themselves a position coming into Super Weekend, but also, you know, try and figure out a few strategies to come in with quite a surprising performance, should they make it all the way in. But of course, speaking about making it in, I mean, Carter here is not going to be too concerned about staying in the building, as we can see the players here from Mad Knight sharing a little bit of the space here over towards Fairy Pier, with the players coming through there from the side of Team Unique. But of course, that western the zone has now started all the way over on towards the western side. Again, a nice little bit of a change, but also interesting to have that western bridge now being in play.
It's also interesting. I mean, I feel like more the teams have also just made a bit of a change. I mean, Unique over towards Ferropier, Ferropier there along the side of that night. As you can see, Carto, you're out in the open. Oh, a little bit close there. But yeah, I mean, a lot more teams here towards the western side. Of course, SWAT 69 is also already in zone, so a very good opportunity for them.
Yeah, it could be an absolutely fantastic play, but also now we see the plays here from Mad Knight. The Beast trying to engage that Beast mode as Like is now looking to push up. Oh, nice. Got those steps up with a beautiful howdy do. And, you know, picks up the knock. We did see a beautiful trade-off coming in there. So Unique losing one of their players, Kato getting knocked out in the exchange. But a very interesting approach coming in from Unique, because we can see even the players here from the side of the super young stars also now just trying to explore the options a little bit. One of their players here, Cronboy, getting rushed upon, as we can see. Chills and Phantom now also just once again exploring the options. Scope also quite some distance away from both Phantom and Chills here. But, well, maybe we'll see that kind of start to condense. But again, super young stars, super split up approach.
Yeah.
We've seen it work out a few times for them. Let's hope it's going to be another one of those runs.
We hope. We've seen this happen for a few teams as well, and it hasn't ended so well, so not too sure. But Unique looking to maybe even the odds a bit. They've dropped a member. Now it's, you know, it's revenge time. It's time for them to get a little bit of revenge coming back into this one. And Cronboy, unfortunately, might be the recipients of such revenge. We can see a few nades going through, but for the time being, Super Young Stars, not sure if they can even rotate in time. I mean, Charla all the way up towards that western side, Lashin all the way towards, you know, the bottom of Promosk, so Cronboy might just have to hold the line himself. Yeah, coming through. Does, well, a good bit of damage there towards Scope, but Phantom, of course, still lurking around the corner, and, you know...
Yeah. That was nasty.
That, yes, I mean, it's not even like an M4 to take you down, no. Let's just take it to the big boys.
Yeah, M2 for 9, all the way or nothing,
Wow.
right? That is what we had coming through there from Phantom.
You will die today.
Yeah, I mean, come on, let's be honest now, right? Phantom rocks up with like 150, you know, bullets in the mag. At least one of those should, you know, if we're looking statistically, at least one of those should hit the mark. So, I mean, for me even, like if I land with a weapon like that, it's a spray and pray, right? You just aim it in a general direction and you just go to town.
You've got so many bullets,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter.
Well, it kind of does, because if you point it up, obviously you're not going to hit anything.
Okay, well, you know, general direction, DK, general direction. Again, not something I'm able to do because I'm basically a tree. I'm not even good enough to be a bot in this game, but same can be said. Either way, if we take a look at those rotations now, quite a few have already been made. We've still got Blackjack Esports there towards Zaki, as we can see. Shout out to the observers. It's like you're reading my mind. And a few more teams there towards Military Base. I mean, 1 million back towards Milta. So some rotations that need to be made, but for the most part, most of our 15 teams in the zone.
Yeah, a big majority of them, as we can see, positioned up in towards the zone itself. And this is where it now comes to what those rotations will bring, right? Are we going to see some aggressive pushes coming in? Will the teams try and play it a little bit more cautiously? It does, however, seem that over on towards the western side, the teams have thrown caution to the wind somewhat, right? It's like they were like, you know what? West is best, so let's have a party and just kick this day off. Let's just get it done, right? And we did see a few of those engagements already coming through, but now this is where we look to see that kind of continuation. Are the teams going to continuously look to apply the aggression, or are they going to look to bring in a little bit more of a strategic potential approach? I mean, if we look over on towards the Sunken City, this is where we can see 3 of the players from Zero Tolerance, right? And you'll notice that we are missing Skydo. That's because Skydo also thought to themselves, West is best.
We love
Yeah.
West.
So just decided to yeet themselves all the way over on towards that eastern side. Yes,
Eastern.
the western side. There we go. Making up some new words here as we go. But I mean, Skydo now in quite an interesting position, all the way in between the 2-2 split coming through from Triple Esports, but also G3. A nice positioning coming in. They are currently finding themselves smack dab center zone. A slight 2-2 split, nothing too aggressive, but it's a good call because, I mean, it's center zone. They have good control of some decent real estate here, and they can actually gather quite a bit of information from this position.
Yeah, and they set themselves up nicely for that next zone shift, which is going to be important. As we can see, like you said, West is best, yes, but if that zone moves a little bit more towards that northeastern side, all of the teams finding themselves there with that western party, or what did we say, Eastern party? Yeaton party? I don't know what you said even. Are going to have a bit of a tough time. I mean, Cryptics, again, taking hold of Everest, making sure that if such a rotation were to occur, you know, that they would be ready for it, because we know they love Everest. So nice little bit of a potential weird opportunities. I feel like depending on where the zone shifts, we're going to have a very different Erangel. Depending on, I mean, if it goes up towards, you know, Everest, your Cryptics is going to have a fun time. If it goes up towards school, half of our teams is not going to have a fun time with the migration they have to make. So it's going to be interesting.
Well, I'm not going to shy away from those strange shifts, right? I'm entirely open to that happening. But of course, it all comes down to what the RNG gods are going to be deciding. And speaking about RNG, we do see Lusail and Blackjack now both teams rotating up along that northern bridge. We can see on the map, of course, as you mentioned, Cryptics already up on towards that Everest position with G3 smack dab center zone. We've got 1 million on the approach. We've got the players there from Intruder still sipping on the blue over on towards that Sosnovka Island. But this is now where we look to see where the shifts are going to go. And it kind of allows the teams to continue with the current strategies that they could potentially be looking to play at here. And I think it's a good call for Intruder to decide to rotate north, then west, instead of heading straight towards the western side.
Oh, absolutely. You do not want to be bridge camped there by a SWAT 69, who's very close to be able to do so. And I mean, even if you get past them, it's going to be a fun time. Let's just leave it at that. It's going to be an absolute chaotic fun time. So long rotations coming through. Intruder, of course, going to be taking one of the longer one. Seems like they're actually heading towards, keeping towards that ridge line. So might have a great opportunity just to avoid, hopefully, anyone and everyone until they get themselves into a good position. 1 million, looking out for darkness, because they were rotating shoulder to shoulder for a very long time in the zone. And a few of the other teams still trying to find their way in. I mean, oddly enough, we've got Senke, who is very split up from the rest of Cryptics, but over there just towards the bottom of Hospital, has a huge opportunity to scout out a lot of, you know, positions here, because we've got 2 towards Everest, we've got 1 still in Georgia Pool, so a little bit of scouting can be done here, get some information, because that's one of the more open spots we have in the zone right now.
Yeah, scout is what it's all about. But, well, rhyming on the side now. We are going to be looking at the rest of the rotations continuing to come on through. Of course, the players here from Zero Tolerance finding themselves rotating up and right through Blackjack as Lord experiences that firsthand, getting knocked right out of the vehicle there. Skydo, as we did see, already positioned up ahead, and of course, Blackjack not going to be wasting any ammunition on that. They are just going to be grabbing their vehicles, running them over, and now looking to find another potential position to call home. But meanwhile, they do see the players here from Myth pulling up into the compound just alongside G3. So again, this is where Myth now are going to be looking to show a little bit of dominance, but Blackjack, they're not going to let that one slide just yet. So beautiful trade-off coming in between that as Blackjack gets one of their own players knocked, but they do pick up the casualty onto the side there of Team Myth. But now, there we go. A little bit of a helping hand coming through there from the side of G3.
Wow, I'm not even sure how that shot made a connection, but Broly now also going down alongside Momin. So all of a sudden, we're down to Ramsey and Farouk, who have to hold the line here either towards G3 or towards Blackjack. They are going to find a little bit of success at least, but G3 now happy to turn their attention towards the rest of Blackjack, while Triple Esports turn their attention towards them. So a little bit of a third party on third party on third party action as the teams are still finishing up their rotations. But again, they're in zone, so they have some opportunity and, you know, just to invest a little bit more into this engagement. But yeah, it's just, where do you look? Because Triple Esports could be lurking in at any moment.
Well, you look anywhere and maybe everywhere. But also particularly, I'd say in the direction of where the shots are coming from, right? You know, you got to use those ears because we know there's no aids coming in here, so there's no assistance, right? So no visual aids, no audio cues that you can see on your minimap, right? Everything, so the players are essentially coming into this one blind, right? They can't see footsteps, nothing of the sort. So all they got to do now is use their senses, go into like full Spidey mode to try and figure out where everyone else is. And especially now with that shift moving a little bit further up north, they have to be super cautious because we can see the players there from Cryptics, they are now having a very comfortable northern region, right? No one there to contest them. But we do see Umbra looking to push up potentially a little bit closer towards that northern side, but this is where the south is going to go absolutely crazy, as you can see. SWAT 69 now looking for a bit of an opportunity onto the side of darkness.
Look, I mentioned that earlier scouting coming through here from Cryptics, and it's paid off in dividends because, again, they have so much information, and the information is the entirety of that northern part of the zone. So now they can sit and wait for the rotations to come on through and start picking off some numbers here. We can see Intruders and Myth just trying to finish off their rotations as well. Hopefully Myth will be able to get out of this one because Intruders would be very happy to pick up a few eliminations heading into the zone. Darkness also making huge long rotation coming through here, and of course Marshall right up close and personal there towards Shadowin, looking for that confirmation. Bam, there it is. Now the rest of Umbra needing to make a rotation in if they want to secure themselves that res, but you know, it's a bit too late. It's a bit tough.
Yeah, I mean, like, okay, so I understand, like, teams looking to get themselves close to center zone, but looking at the sheer number of teams we have currently sitting in this phase, we still have 15 teams left. You know, that is a pretty tough one to make because everyone seems to be converging in towards that more centralized setup within the zone itself, and this is where we see the players from Cryptics, again, just utilizing all the space they have to their disposal as a Senke. And, you know, Marshall comes through with a few beautiful hits right there on it towards Ramsey. But now the push comes in. The confirmation is locked on over. But now, of course, the pressure is going to start building as Farok, once again, finds himself as the last remaining hopeful for the team. And it is going to be the side here of Cryptics looking to get that jump. And unfortunately, it's not going to be enough as Farok gets traded off, and that would be our first team making their way back up in towards lobby. We still have 14 teams left to show us who's going to be the one to walk away with the first chicken here today.
Oh, but Lusail coming in with that northern rotation just behind Senke, so catching off a potential bit of a split there. We'll see how that one's going to unfold, as obviously we had a 3-1 split from Cryptics, so one goes down, what's the other three going to do about it? Now, rotations coming on through. Yeah, it's so many numbers to deal with. Still got 14 teams with that confirmation now of Myth going out. It's a lot of teams to work with, so I agree with you. Maybe just taking that into account, maybe, you know, sticking towards the more uncommon areas, you know, finding yourself maybe a little bit of a safer approach, maybe playing edge of zone, just to make sure that you're not going to fall into the trap of a third party upon third party upon third party. And that zone centering up once again. Again, Cryptics. Just prime position.
But now look at zero tolerance, right? They've got that position set up in southern zone. But this is where the pressure is going to start building because you've got the players from Mad Knight looking to push in. We've got Triple Esports just having a bit of a anchor set up on the edge of zone. The same can be said for the players coming in from the side there of Intruder. But look at Lusail. They are up north. And with the majority of the teams being positioned down south, I do think that there is a possibility that Cryptics could have their attention drawn towards the south, which could open up a great strategy coming through there for the side of Lusail. They could maybe come in with a bit of a super off-angle approach, but the same could, of course, be said for the players there from Darkness. We saw them also coming in with that rotation, heading over in that northern direction. But down south, this is where the players from Zero Tolerance are going to be looking to kind of gatekeep a potential angle here, as we saw Hate and the rest of the team not just trying to find a bit of a way in, but of course Unique now finding themselves right up alongside the players here from Mad Knight.
Oh, and Mad Knight have already lost a player just making this rotation into the zone, so they definitely would not want another one to come through here, and Scope might be looking to make that confirmation with a nice little bit of a cooked nade, just holding off for the time being, wait until everyone's inside. Oh, okay, it's a very close up and personal, looking to get a little bit of revenge as well. And Unique, very split up. So, I mean, if Skirp gets his engagement started, they're going to be alone for the time being, as the rest of the team is still having to just group up. So, yeah, back in the vehicle we go. Maybe a little bit too much. Or is it just in time? Just in time. But they escape for the time being, while Zero Super Young Stars coming on through to try and find an angle as well. And now Intruders and 1 million kicking us off.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh,
Oh.
yeah.
Oh, oh, oh.
Whites getting hit with a beautiful nade coming through there from the side of 1 million. Both these teams, of course, now side by side trying to squeeze their way on through. We do see the players there from G3 now positioned within the zone, looking to apply a bit of the pressure. And it is also drawing the attention of the players coming through there from the side of Triple Esports. We can see AWAM coming in with a quick hit over on towards the players there from SWAT 69. But look at this though, Intruder getting sandwiched right in between 1 million and G3. It is going to be the end of the road for Intruder as they also now have to pack their bags. But G3 not going to be stopping there as we can see 6 God and Nacho already getting picked on up. It is now down to Flacco and Buden to try and push through. But of course, Blackjack, they've been a little bit in the thorn of us in the side here for the players of G3, as we can see. Buden now just looking to pick up a few of those confirmations. Beautiful hit though coming through onto the side of 1 million. Another nade getting sent in. Oh, I don't think it will find any damage just yet, but E-Flex very well positioned right up alongside G3 here.
Yeah, looking to snake into the grass. Maybe surprise Wade in here. Oh, the Pixel's there, but the Pixel's not going to be making a connection, unfortunately. But for the time being, G3 Temper, they do have one still knocked as the res comes through on towards Nacho. So they're looking good to reset into this one, and it's going to come down to those angles. You see Escanor now trying to take a wide flank around the side here of G3 Temper as Nacho gets picked up. So all of a sudden, this is an opportunity here for 1 million to get back into the duo of G3 Temper and get those confirmations. Flacco here towards the southern side picks up 6 God, looks to find the connection onto E-Flex as E-Flex is just jumping in the smoke. Jumping and hopping, trying to avoid the bullets here.
E-Flex just flexing on the reflexes there, but will E-Flex now be able to flex all the way through? Picks up the trade-off on towards Buden. 1 down, 3 more to go. G3 still going to be looking to make a bit of a play. Sorry, rather it's 2 down as we do see a beautiful hit now coming through there from the side of 6 God as they're quickly trying to tend to the wounded Flacco. Just looking for that res, but of course they need to hurry up. They've got quite a bit of ground to cover. Also, the blue zone is going to start closing up momentarily. I'm liking this play coming through from Triple Esports though. Just looking to set themselves right up in front of that pathway, that potential rotational path now for the players from 1 million. And of course, G3, as we can see, Escanor now looking to be in a relatively challenging position. Of course, is the only hopeful now for the side of 1 million. But this could be where we see the players now from Triple Esports looking to make a bit of a stand.
Yeah, and providing a great opportunity for G3 here to disengage and get on out. As Escanor, as you said, left alone and afraid, but not afraid enough to just avoid taking down a potential here from Triple Esports. Finds Thor, looks for the rest now. As all of the teams making their rotations in, we do see SWAT 69 going out. That's unfortunate for them. And these rotations are just going to get crazier and crazier as all of the teams now picking each other apart. And of course, that blue zone coming in, 5 layers deep. Oh, it burns. It absolutely burns.
It burns, it stings, it tickles, it does everything that is uncomfortable for the teams, but they have to focus on trying to get out of that blue. Meanwhile, the players here from Triple Esports now focusing on getting into the compound, in which we see Blackjack, and it is of course now down to MG as that rush comes through from Triple Esports. Will he be able to close it on through? MG now just trying to reposition, but gets traded off from behind us from Mar. And the rest of the players here from the side of Triple Esports come in with some beautiful shooting. AWAM, absolutely fantastically done. But now, pressure continues, right? 9 teams left as we continue further into this next phase. Blue zone closing on up. And now the players here from the Super Young Stars finding themselves in a little bit of a predicament. Almost on the edge of blue, as we can see that blue zone now forcing the hand there of Charlotte. Having no other options, having to leave Joker behind and instead prioritizing that positioning back in towards the zone. And the fight now turns up into the swamps. The pressure is going to be pretty crazy.
Oh, yes. We love it. 6 teams now left. The Super Young Stars are out for the count. And Zero Tolerance trying to make their rotation here just alongside Triple Esports. But of course, who's up ahead? It is G3 Temper and Cryptics, who have found themselves relatively center zone, except for the split coming through from G3 as Umbra is right between them. So that'll be a little bit awkward, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. But the split might be what they need. Finding Morteza now wasted, looking unhealthy as 6 God is just going on an absolute tear here. Solo coming on through with the firepower needed, and Flacco is in a position to get involved with a bit of a crossfire here. So this could be huge for G3 Temper.
It could be absolutely ginormous, but now we can see that zone, of course, now shifting down towards the south, moving in favor of Triple Esports, Zero Tolerance, and Flacco. Of course, the players from Cryptics up against Lusail, as we can see Boyka, Wanted, now all just looking to find a bit of an opening, lurking to see if they can get any of these breaches working in their favor. Also, Salam trying to push up. It is going to be a 3-person push for the side of Lusail. Oh, trying to run in that open door up against the side of Cryptics. Beautiful nades finding their way on through, picking up 2 of those knocks. Will they now be able to get the confirmations? Yes, they do. The last one left is going to be Carry Boy. Oh, down they go. Such a synchronized, coming in here from us on the caster desk, but absolutely beautiful synchronized performance coming in here from the side of Lusail.
Oh, it looks like they have done whatever they needed to. They got the communication up. They got the coordination locked down. Lusail picking up Cryptics. Huge, huge play from them with that flank coming through from that northern side. And again, talking about Umbra and G3, it looks like Six God has been knocked. So for the time being, Flacco might just have to snake it on in to the final zone with that confirmation. Now, Triple Esports and Zero Tolerance, the next team to try and get a confirmation. Oh, that is a PRZ and Morteza aren't looking for the last remaining player here of G3. Temper, that's Flacco, is going to be on the receiving end of a little bit of a barrage coming through and just tries to dip and dive and run away because there are bullets right behind him.
Yeah, not only bullets, it is also going to be what's left of Team Umbra. As we can see, at 2 of the 3 players now positioned just up ahead. And now the rush is going to come in. Will Morteza and PRZ be able to close it out on towards Flacco? Of course, the Flames getting sent across there as well as the Molly makes its way through. Ooh, Flacco so close, sends it in. Oh, is there going to be the one? No, Morteza just out of reach of the chaos that could be coming through from those utilities. But now, still, the angle's going to be looking to be played here. As we can see, those hits continuing to come through from Mar. Unfortunately, getting traded off, but a beautiful vantage point in favor of the players there from Triple Esports, though.
Oh, yeah, no, this is a very interesting position. Now that zone shift might make the final call here, as we can see coming on through. Ooh, favoring a little bit of Triple Esports and Umbra for the time being. But again, like you said, Triple Esports, they have a fantastic line of sight. G3 Temper now being confirmed. We're down to 4 teams remaining, as Zero Tolerance has to come through from the furthest bit of a rotation here, right behind Triple Esports or right up towards Lusail. They're not going to have an easy way, whichever path they choose to take here. Now, Umbra trying to stay alive and apply pressure back onto Lusail, who are trying to get into the zone. So potential opportunity for either side. I mean, Umbra, they've got the buildings. Triple Esports, they have the high ground.
Yeah, and of course, it's still going to be quite the challenge, right? Umbra now just trying to inch their way back up in towards that zone. But Zero Tolerance, they've got the craziest distance to try and come here. Yes, they're not ridiculously far away from zone, but it's going to be so challenging to find a clear path. As we can see, we've got Triple Esports positioned right up ahead of them with the addition of Lusail. And Umbra, for the time being, are looking to just assert their dominance on towards that northern side. But this is where the players will now have to try and come on through. Blue zone will be making its way on forward. We see a quick push coming through from Wanted, just trying to get a little bit closer there to the side of Boyka, who's keeping a very watchful eye on the side here of Team Umbra. But the carnage, of course, unfolding on the top there, as we can see the players from Triple Esports now just trying to blaze down a few hits in the direction of Zero Tolerance. The rush coming through, beautiful hit back and forth. Will Skydo be able to avoid the bullets? No, he isn't. And down he goes. AWAM picking up a beautiful hit, but hates so low with that health bar. Up comes AWAM now looking to close it up. Will he get it? Tries to strafe it, and down they go, but also off they make their way right back into the lobby. And Lusail pick up the first chicken on this third week of the league play. Absolutely insane play coming through there. I mean, Blue Zone just eating away at the health bars of the players, and we were so focused on that fight that we kind of completely missed what happened up and towards the northern side of the zone.
I don't even know how Lusail made that happen, because they were feeling the brunt of the action when we tuned into them last. I mean, they had 2 players knocked. They were trying to get themselves reset, and somehow, some way, they were the only team to actually survive. Yeah, I mean, that entire 3-way team happening there towards the zone, coming on through. So even though that confirmation was there and Zero Tolerance went down, Lusail was just sitting pretty and waiting.
Yeah.
So interesting way to close off the first Erangel. Definitely not what we expected, but very, very interesting to see these teams really having a good focus there on those engagements, on those eliminations. As we know, tends to happen in league play. You know, the teams tend to be a little bit more aggressive, but it's good. It's good to see the teams really stepping it up.
But it's also good to see that coming through for the side of Lusail, right? We know in the second week of league play, they were the team that was in a position of acquiring the most points. So it's not really that strange to see Lusail coming through, finishing exceptionally strong. We know also that they were able to pick up 2 winner-winner chicken dinners in the previous week. So, you know, a good start for them this time around. And I'm looking forward to seeing that kind of progression as they now make their way through their final 3 matches of the day. But definitely got to say, an absolutely great way to kick off the first match of the day. Of course, we know that was Group A, B, C, and D. Next up, as we move into our next match, that is when Group E will now be rejoining us on the battlefield with the players there from Group D sitting out over on towards that Miramar map. But definitely, Erangel, beautiful, beautiful start. And yeah, again, some very impressive performances. I like how the zone kind of started out, right? It was over on towards the western side, but not too much of an aggressive shift. And of course, just to give you a few reminders of how crazy this match was, let's jump into the highlights. It's just crazy. I mean, we went from 4 teams down to 1 team in a mere, I mean, Thanos snap. That's all that it takes, right? To end a match right there is just one beautiful snap coming through from Thanos, and then it's just like, okay, cool, well, that's it. Only 1 team walks away with that winner-winner chicken dinner. So a good play coming in there from the side of Lusail. And we did see a little bit more of a more cautious, calculated approach actually coming through from the side there of Lusail. But, of course, let's now hop over in towards our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to bring in.
Lusail, they've always been a team that's been pretty good at their consistency, and coming through into this one, that was no exception. Of course, making some great rotations and managing to survive, also to take out Team Umbra, granting them those 22 points. With Triple Esports just 1 point behind, and this is a very crucial start for Triple Esports. As we know, they need to get into that 3rd Super Weekend, so I like to see that Team Umbra right behind them with 15, 0 tolerance, staying alive, at least for the time being, in 4th place there with 13 points. And it starts to trickle down. We can see Cryptics obviously picking up some huge eliminations, and again, some good overall points, I would say. The second page, unfortunately, is where the teams I feel like that needed these points the most fell a little bit short, but it is the first game. It is the first game of the last league play, so some opportunities still.
Yeah, definitely some opportunities still. So we're going to be looking for those improvements to come through. I mean, Mad Knight, SWAT 69, still putting points on the board, right? We know at the end of the day, that is where the consistency kind of comes in, right? So they don't need to be bringing in the craziest amount of points. They just need to consistently bring in points. So they've got 8 matches to do that in. First one already ticked off, so 7 more to go. But as the teams now have been able to make their way on through, you know, it's kind of as you said, you know, it's the first match, so things are where they are. And of course, as we now get ready to move over in towards our overall rankings, it's going to look pretty much the same, at least with regards to the points coming in. We know first match done and dusted, and but definitely, as you said, I have to agree with you. A really good start coming in for the side of Triple Esports.
Yeah, it's just to remind ourselves. I mean, I think Triple Esports, they really want to make sure they come back for that Super Weekend, not only to, improve the points that they have, make sure they get into that top 16, but also have a bit of a rematch into the opportunity to get those winner chicken dinners. So, again, SWAT 69, Mad Knight. They've got some points. I mean, thankfully for them, the rankings for League Week are completely separate, so they have some points to start off with. They've got 4 more matches today, 5 more tomorrow. Well, 3 matches more today, and then 4 matches more tomorrow. I forget that they miss one because of the groups, but still, there's plenty of opportunities. We're going to go over to Miramar next. They can reset themselves, and hopefully they can show us that they have to get into Super Weekend, and they have what it takes.
Yeah, but what's also going to be exciting now is to see the addition of the players there from Masters Esports, Line 4KT, Virtual Gaming, and YONKOUS that are going to be joining us over on towards Miramar. So be sure to not go too far away. But of course, before we go anywhere, we have to give a big shout out to Nimo TV, the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner. So much love going out to Nimo TV as well. But on that, we are going to be making our way into a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be back with a little bit more of that Miramar action. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. Of course, we are getting ready to move into our second match of the day, heading straight over into the desert dunes over on towards Miramar to see what the teams are going to be bringing. We're also now going to be seeing the players there from Group E making their debut, coming into their first match of the day. After this match is done, all the teams will have had their opportunity to play at least one match so far. So I'm quite curious to see what the teams are going to be bringing forward as they make their way up in towards the battlefield. But of course, we'd love to hear what your thoughts are. Let us know on social media. Hit us up on Facebook and Instagram. You can search for PUBG Mobile Esports Africa and, tell us what your thoughts are. Also, we got to give a big shout out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa Esports in 2022. Now, speaking about 2022, is another nice flight path coming in here in 2022 as the teams now start making their way through from that northern side. Don't ask me about the segue. Let's just say yes.
I was going
of
to.
course, heading all the way down towards Val Del Mar. So, almost center zone. So I'm pretty sure the teams would be quite satisfied with this flight path for the most part.
Yeah, look, plenty of opportunity for the teams to sort of get themselves into their favorite spots. I am going to be looking at Chumacera. Are we going to see Cryptics there once again, or are they going to change it up? Is Picado once again going to be absolutely crazy, or, will there be a little bit of a different focus coming through for these teams? I'm going to be keeping my eye out there on Mad Knight, on SWAT 69, and of course Triple Esports, because those are the three teams at the moment that are in danger of not making it to the finals. So hopefully they start kicking it up a notch, at least just a notch. For now, will suffice for now. But plenty of opportunities, nice equal flight path. I feel like for now, at least, we've had a. Yeah, no, that's also not too bad. I don't think that's too bad. So again, nice and even.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice seeing the zone sitting a little bit over on towards that southeastern side. Just kind of including Los Leones, Impala, La Bendita, Picado, almost always in zone. I think it's like 99 point something percent of the time that it is within reach of that phase, and or at least the first initial pop. But now we get to see what the teams are going to bring through with their rotations, because we see a majority of that eastern side of the zone still being quite open for the taking. And this is where we could see some really lengthy rotations potentially making their way on through. I mean, even the players there from Darkness, they are pushing in the direction there of Los Higos, which I'm pretty sure they'll be able to reach all the way across into. But again, now I'm looking to see where those rotations are going to be going, because we have Blackjack relatively close to Los Leones. We usually see them kind of dropping in and around that region. And, for as you said, things not looking too off to start it off with here. But, of course, it is going to be time for looting phase. And after that, we could see some potentially interesting rotations making their way through onto the battlefield.
DK, I'm going to ask you a question. On Miramar, your favorite spot?
I've got a very random spot that I go, right? It is my starting point. So, if we look to where the players from Cryptics are positioned, right? If you go straight east from there, there's a road that kind of touches the edge of zone. We do see Atlano from Darkness positioned on that road. So if you follow the road going up north in towards Los Leones, there's a little spot along the way that I like to drop. It's a very random place, but that's where I go. That's when I'm doing my ranking route. That's where I start, and then I kind of just play from there. So I've got a spot. I've probably dropped there like 300 plus times.
Okay, interesting. So avoid people is the
yeah. Well, yeah, because I'm a bot, I play against bots. So when I drop there, I know exactly where the bots are going to come from and at what time they'll come, if they come. So, having dropped there so many times, I know that if I reach a particular point, if there is a bot that is coming, it will be coming from a particular direction, so I know where to look. OCD, that just hits me every time.
Okay.
So it's a strategy that works, and, I can climb ranks high enough till I eventually get to play against real people, and then I lose. But up until that point, it works beautifully.
Up until that one point. Okay. No, fair. All right, so I mean, some of the teams now potentially looking to reassess their strategies. Unfortunately, they're not playing against bots, so they won't have it as easy as you do, DK. I'm sorry to say, but resetting it. I mean, there's not a lot of points of contention just for the time being. If we look at the outskirts of the zone, when we turn our attention towards the inside of the zone, we do see Masters between G3 Temper and Umbra. We also have the Mad Knights very, very close to Umbra as well. So potential, a little bit of something that could happen there. We'll see. Rotations are really going to make this pop. They do have quite a bit of space in between themselves for the time being. It's just going to come down to those rotations. I mean, southern part of the zone where DK normally drops, pretty empty for the time being.
Yeah, see, so if I was playing on this particular match, I would have a field day, right? Like, I'd just be smiling with loot. Would I be taking fights? No, that's why I leave it to the players like Unique and Triple Esports, who we can see currently fighting it out. Because I would probably have been sent back to the lobby while still in the plane. And that has actually happened to me before. But now, Chills, of course, is going to be focusing on towards the side here of Triple Esports, as we can see Thor and AWAM already getting hit and knocked on down. And now it's up to the rest of the team. Of course, that is going to be Master being one of them, still having to try and find a potential approach here. But this is where it's going to get interesting, because I'm curious to see what Triple Esports are going to be looking to do here. Are they going to look to put up a bit of a fight? Or are they going to be looking to get those positionings kind of lined up, seeing that they are currently within zone?
I mean, also pros and cons of this, right? They had a fantastic start on Erangel, but they do take this engagement further. That might be the end of the journey for them on towards Miramar. And we said every single game counts, every single mistake hits just a little bit harder when you know that you're trying to fight to get into finals. So going to be interesting to see indeed what Triple Esports absolutely actually decide to take here, because Phantom is pushing up on through. Looking for that from Mar. Beautiful angle here to work with, potentially to cover Master here. But, of course, rotation still has to come through. So, Phantom now going to take a bit of damage. Going to get the idea that something's up. And maybe just reset for the time being. And again, I mean, Zone not looking too crazy. So, just behind Triple Esports, they don't yet have to worry about anyone. But up ahead of them, there's two to three teams that they might have to worry about, and Miramar definitely has to worry about what's coming on from ahead of them. You know, it's just lead, it's just bullets, and they're unfortunately making a connection.
Yeah, I mean, like, connection is key, right? But obviously you want to make the right kind of connection, and obviously you don't want to connect in with the opposition's you know, ammunition. Yeah, getting sent in your direction. But ideally, we'd like to see Framar and Master just reunite once again. But Unique might be looking to throw a few spanners in the works here, as we can see Slyke now just quickly jumping out of the vehicle alongside Phantom here, looking to get right up close and personal. Ooh, but Framar tries to make a stand. Unfortunately, Unique, yeah, they just outnumber them.
I mean, a 1v3, what are you going to do in that situation? So, yeah, Triple Esports down to a solo. So, I hope Master is running. I hope that's the case. Now, though, Umbra has found Mad Knight, and they found a little bit of success there, as Beast is down. Ammo just behind the ridgeline, Kater also just behind the ridgeline, and an immediate disengagement from Mad Knight. So we kind of see that contrast coming through here of Triple Esports and Mad Knight, where the focus is being placed. Of course, Mad Knight, they have a bit more pressure on their shoulders for the time being. So definitely looking to just prolong the life of the team and the representation of the team in Miramar, which I think is perfectly normal. I mean, looking at the sort of disparity in terms of space that they had to work with, team was a little bit split up. I don't think they were going to make it in time, even if they did want to go for it. So, yeah, no, a good call coming through from them. Rotations now finishing on up. I mean, everyone pretty much in zone, which is the beauty of Miramar. So much space. And, of course, still that southeastern side of the zone of the island, still pretty much free for the taking. So, plenty of opportunities for teams to make those rotations. But that zone could throw a spanner in the works.
It could. I mean, it could even throw an entire toolbox in the works, but it all comes down to what the shift is going to bring. And, of course, it's nothing too crazy, you know? A little bit of duct tape can definitely fix it, but it is going to be quite difficult for Triple Esports to fix that with duct tape. And, of course, Scope is going to come rolling on in. you know, just taking the vehicle there for a bit of a
We've
spin.
missed it. We've
But
missed some vehicle
we'll
madness.
probably see it coming through in the replays, maybe, or maybe in one of the highlight videos. We
I
don't know.
hope so.
We'll have to wait and see. But if we look on towards the positionings, we do see the players from Super Young Stars now just trying to push in a little bit, coming in all the way from there from Monte Nuevo. They've got a relatively straight rotational path using this main road. But speaking about main roads, we also have the players from Darkness positioned all the way towards that far southern side. We're also now looking to just sneak their way past Puerto to get up in towards zone. And of course, we also have the players from Blackjack currently positioned smack dab center, well, relatively towards the outskirts of Los Leones. Myth rotating up alongside the players here from the side of Virtual Gaming, and of course, as I said before, the players from the Super Young Stars. So they got to be quite careful with what the route it is they choose, because they might have to take a quick few pit stops. And of course, speaking of pit stops, the vehicle is going to be clutched or glitched into the terrain there. But definitely the shots will not be, as we can see Zeus now trying to bring in some rather drastic plays to make sure the vehicle doesn't take too much damage.
Thought you were going to make a checkpoint joke there, you know, that Myth is holding a checkpoint, but it's fine. I mean, you know, opportunity next time. Looking at it now, 15 teams in this, as Triple Esports unfortunately has, of course, you know, bid their dues. And the next team I'm looking at is Super Young Stars and Myth right now. I mean, Myth in a 2-2 split, Super Young Stars right in between them. And of course, Virtual Gaming, as we can see, right up ahead of that. So, what might be a little bit of an interesting opportunity here. Team Unique, a team that's already picked up an entire team, potentially looking for Mad Knight as well, as they are relatively close to one another, just on the ridgeline. You can see a little bit of a space there, but still plenty of opportunities. And teams now making a fairly good rotation. Some potential points of contention might be Slime 4KT and Zero Tolerance. This contention between Mad Knight and Unique, though, I would say is the closest. So I'm not sure if these teams are going to actually go for this engagement, or for the time being maybe just play it safe.
Well, ideally for Mad Knight, right, they'd want to try and last as long as they possibly can. So they need to be super selective with which engagements they decide to take. So looking at the current position, they can afford to stay there a little bit longer because they're not too contested. Of course, Unique is now also looking to rotate a little bit more in towards center zone. They do, however, have the players here from Master's position behind them, but over on towards the western side, or eastern side rather, this is where things are looking a little bit more interesting, right? We've got the players here from Zero Tolerance and Slime 4KT now also looking to get into a bit of a fight, and we did see a great performance increase, right, or rather a step up coming in from the players here from Slime 4KT in just the past Super Weekend. So I'm super curious to see what they're going to be bringing into this week of league play.
Yeah, look, if they can continue that, if they can get back into Super Weekend and just keep on bringing in the winner chicken dinners, that would absolutely just propel themselves into finals with the absolute momentum that they require. So very keen to see if that's going to be the case. Now, Zone centering up, well, going to be closing on into La Bendita and Los Leones, at least the northern part. So opportunities for plenty of the teams that made that central rotation. I mean, I'm looking at Virtual Gaming, Mad Knight, Unique, Myth now pulling up as well, alongside YONKOUS, G3, Temper. There's so many teams now finding themselves in some beautiful positions. And of course, now the rotations, trying to get into that next zone, is going to be a little bit tough, especially from that southern side, maybe even the northeastern side. Lusail might be the first team to touch down and just hold a bit of a gatekeep.
Yeah, they could definitely be doing exactly that, as they do have, you know, controlling numbers coming in on towards that western side. But now it's all down to, you know, what these rotations are going to bring in, because we still have 15 teams left. So only one team so far getting sent away. All right. So it's like, which way does it go now? Because this is similar to, you know, those 15 teams we saw making it on Erangel all the way up into those late phases. So at least it is Miramar. It is slightly vaster in size, slightly. So now it all comes down to what the teams are going to be doing with their current positioning and how many gatekeeps they are going to be looking to bring in along the way. Of course, the players here from Lusail and Slime 4KT will continue in their efforts to fight it out, as both these teams are still to make a successful rotation up into the next phase.
Oh, and Plaza a little bit separated, and unfortunately going to be feeling a little bit of something else in particular, maybe something lead-based coming through. Storm, though, holding a nice little bit of a rotation. They're finding Watson, who was on that back line, applying most of the pressure there with that rotation coming through. So now all of a sudden, the call to pull back is going to come through here for Lusail. Leave Plaza alone, maybe for the time being. We do see Wanted, very cheeky, just saying hello. I see you. I'll come back for you a little bit later. But regroup is essential here because you can see the 3-1 split coming through from Slimefork AT. Those 3 now pulling up on the 1 from Lusail. So Watson might be confirmed for the time being. It's like a yin and yang situation right now on the minimap. And as we can see, Plaza going to find this opportunity to just dip and dive out of the situation, get back with the team, and maybe take Lusail on as a full squad. That would be the best opportunity here.
Yeah, I mean, you could say yin or yang, or you can say yeet or jam, right?
Eat or
Like,
jam.
because that's kind of what they're deciding here. Are they going to yeet themselves into phase? Or are they going to stay around to jam it out, right? Looking
Okay.
to kind of close up the edge. Sorry, I just came up with it on the spot.
Well
It is a little bit of cringe. Don't judge me because I'm already judging myself. But here we go. Slime. Ooh, wanted.
Goodbye.
Wanted that knock and sent it through into Storm. Absolutely devastating blaze coming through there. That spray just so beautiful. But unfortunately, the blue zone just going to be adding a little bit of extra additional pressure here as we are getting ready to pop over into that 4th phase. The zone now staying in and around the crater, situated up in towards the northern side. So this could actually be quite an interesting rotation now coming through for Lusail and Slimefork AT. All they got to do is get back into the zone and trying to get out of blue. And Wanted, of course, now also going to be finding themselves getting knocked out. It is a little bit unfortunate, but, you know, c'est la vie.
Look, I mean, they have an opportunity to rotate into the zone with its shift coming through, but again, over to the crater, you have to go. Plaza now knocked, Wanted also knocked there into the zone, and get it confirmed, I was just waiting for it, by Pronto. So numbers now maybe turning around here for, I wanted to say Slimefork AT, but of course Darkness now pulling up, looking to just put the put the final nail in the coffin here of Slimefork AT, potentially. Rotations coming on through, Pronto and Aimer right in the line of sight here of Manuel, and the rest of Darkness coming on through. So now they might be the ones to do the gatekeeping here.
Ooh, this is what we want to see. Who's going to try and bring in those shifts? Just throwing the tables out of the window. Moment, keeping a very watchful eye there on Aimer, taking aim, looking to see whether or not the shots or those angles could be lining up. Meanwhile, we do see quite a few heads coming in as the teams still continue to push on forward. Of course, still 15 teams remain with only Triple Esports being sent back into the lobby so far. Lusail going to be looking to advance up. Ooh, that northern side. Slimefork AT now running into a bit of a brick wall as we had the players from Darkness and Lusail holding up the defensive line. Right up here on towards the edge of that zone. But up comes their heads once again as the players from G3, or at least Nacho, looks to just explore the edge of the crater here. But fortunately, Lusail, Darkness, they're going to say, no, you know what, it's fine. Don't come here. We've got it under control. And with that, Whiskey now also getting traded off in the exchange. So a really good play, good stand actually being made here by the side of Lusail.
I like the change-up coming through here. 4K now finally being confirmed thanks to the many helping hands around the map coming on through now. Many contentions breaking out, and engagements unfortunately not going the way of few of the teams. See Zero Tolerance also being confirmed, and oh, this is a bit of a tough opportunity here. Cryptics now finding themselves in a little bit of a barrage thanks to Morteza throwing such beautiful nades, looking for those connections. Lazy Boy just teetering and tottering around the angle there, looking for something to work with here, but in the meantime, beautiful sort of reset coming through from Cryptics. They're going to get that res up, and they're going to hopefully reset. Oh, but PRZ there towards the northern side has a good line of sight there on towards Lazy Boy. Is going to find the connection. So Cryptics, they got one up, and they had to trade the other. They have to make that rotation out. As also, Blackjack now finding Marshall. So Cryptics not having a great time.
Yeah, that is looking quite devastating though, but now look at this. Blackjack are going to be looking to apply a little bit of the pressure here as we got Reverb trying to sneak in all the way from that eastern side. Oh yeah, indeed, Cryptics not being in a very good position. Down goes Marshall, and now it all comes down to what Senke can pull through in this final push. YONKOUS also now going to be yeeted into that lobby, but let's see. Blackjack spotting a few opportunities in the vicinity. They can see Lashin there from the Super Young Stars, also positioned up ahead. Team Myth now also making their way back into the lobby, so we're definitely seeing quite a few teams starting to fall left, right, and center with that zone. Taking a bit of a shift over on towards that southwestern side. Unique, slightly zone blessed here, not gonna lie. But now it comes down to whether or not they'll be able to hold on to that position. Over on towards the east, outside of zone, it's still gonna be a very hairy fight.
You can say that again. Oh, ZK just running. Just please. I mean, Bullets literally on their heels as they try to make that rotation coming on through. And PRZ now also finding some success. Super Young Stars making a rotation. Virtual Gaming not looking very healthy at all, unfortunately for them. Down to one member still up, and Adam as Team Umbra pulling on in, getting those confirmations and saying thank you very much for the loot and the eliminations. And they have a fantastic position in zone. But of course, Petrox here, a little further up, has to watch all of this unfold. Wasted is down, so maybe when they make that rotation to get the raise, that might be a bit of an angle to work with. But, oh, it's going to be a tough one. Because, again, that final zone puts them so close to all of the other teams, like Team Unique. So as soon as you make a little bit of noise, you're giving your position away, and that might be your team.
Yeah, it might be your team, and of course, now speaking about might, we can see the players here from Blackjack also now getting hit by the shots coming through there from the side of G3. But six, out he goes, getting picked up out in the open as Atleno comes in with a beautiful sneaky hit there. Just beautiful capitalization on these positions. Moment also now going to be looking to just find a few openings, and if not able to find them, looking to create them. As we can see, G3 down to Flacco and Buren. As we see Darkness still looking to get those angles lined up. But they also now, at the same time, need to prioritize that repositioning. Because as we know, that blue zone is not going to sit around and wait for anybody. It is going to start pushing those players to make their rushes further up in towards the zone. With that, Masters now meet their end as they came rushing up towards the players there from Unique over on towards that western side. But up comes that eastern rotation. Unique. Oh, Umbra come pushing in. Virtual Gaming getting sent on back.
Oh, yeah, but Petrox. No real opportunity in that one, alongside the solo there from Cryptics, who also just got confirmed. So 8 teams now left. We do still have a few teams with, unfortunately, only stragglers to work with into this potential final fight. And Whiskey out, unafraid and alone, as G3 Temper are looking to get that confirmation. Lusail and Super Young Stars very close to one another as well. Mad Knight there towards that northern side has a bit of an opportunity here, but of course that zone shifting to pretty much in the middle of all of the teams, not really favoring or blessing anyone, especially not Darkness, as Atleno feels the brunt of that. Wasted now pulling on up alongside the rest of Umbra, trying to find an angle back into the action. And Lashin, first one in center zone.
Yeah, but also
never
first
mind.
one out, right? That is the unfortunate kind of area they have to play. As we can see, it is a flat, open field. That makes sense why we're seeing so many teams just kind of trying to hug the edge of these ridge lines. But Blackjack also going to be trying to find their way on through. Morteza up ahead. Shadowin already getting knocked on down. But a lot of fighting still raining down on towards that northern position of the current zone. Umbra sitting on 10 eliminations already. Shadowin about to get rest on through. But Blackjack still to find a way back in towards the zone. Darkness also in a very similar position, but also relatively spread out. As we can see Atleno Manuel right up in front of us with Moment on the off angle, but up comes Flacco, hitting them up from behind quickly and swiftly, being dealt with there. As we can see Reverb now quickly trying to bring MG back into the match. Of course, trying to pull off that res. It is successful, but now those health bars need to be attended to. Darkness, meanwhile, still going to be riding the edge of zone, not finding a clear line into zone just yet. But Moment, however, will get spotted out in the meantime.
Oh, a little bit of an awkward situation here. Moment just behind that vehicle, trying to stay alive. Oh, here we go. Here comes the backup that we needed. Atleno pulling on through, giving quite a bit of damage back to Blackjack, but not enough to get the knocks. Has made a little bit of a dent into the HP, but nothing to write home about just yet. Now, of course, the nades coming on through from Team Umbra, helping out Darkness and helping Blackjack back into the lobby. That's a huge opportunity now for them. 4 teams left as Darkness survive for the time being, with 2 members still remaining. And Mad Knight still in the top. I said it. I am so sorry. Make that into the top 4, but make that back into the lobby. A little bit of caster skirts there, just towards the end.
It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. But we're seeing a really strong performance now coming through from the side here of Umbra. I mean, PRZ just playing these angles so beautifully. But the entirety of Umbra just looking to bring in a bit of dominance up in towards these last few phases. Of course, they are going up against the 2 remaining hopefuls there from the side of Darkness and the 3 players left for the side of Unique. But if PRZ has anything to say about it, it's going to be a heck no. As we can see, it is now down to Skirp to try and hold on as Chills also gets traded off. Umbra looking to pick up as many of these trades as they can. Already sitting on 12 Unique, sitting on 13. Well, make that now 13 apiece. Unique going to be looking to just finish strong with at least a few of those placement points. We already know they're in the good placement point territory. Already sitting on double-digit placements. But how many will they be able to secure? A minimum of 10 for either of these teams to finish off this match with. Now, it is going to be down to our final players, right? Unique down to 1. Darkness down to 2. Umbra still looking absolutely gorgeous with a 2-2 split. Now looking to close up this lobby.
Oh, and they've got such good control of that final zone. Darkness out in the blue zone. Unique for Skirp. Position known. So now Moment going to be the next one to feel the brunt of the action as Shadowwood finds a beautiful angle. It's only Manuel left alongside Skirp to hold the line. Skirp, are you even going to survive this? Morteza going on an absolute tear with PRZ.
That is what we love to see. I mean, Unique stepping it out into the lobby as Umbra dials in the team effort. Up comes that push now as we can see PRZ and Wasted looking to pick up that final play. They want that winner chicken dinner. They can taste it, but will they now be able to clutch it out of the hands of Darkness? They are going to be looking to move on through. It is going to be a 2v4 push. Umbra looking super aggressive, but it's looking so fantastic for them. We want to see those chickens come through. Manuel goes down. Moment, the next one up, and down he also now goes. Umbra picking up our second chicken of the day. The first one over on towards Miramar. Absolutely fantastic play coming through. I mean, now we're going to see even more of these winner chicken dinners coming through for the side there of Umbra. But still, absolutely beautiful play coming through from them.
Absolutely, and maybe they're, alluding to what will happen in the next Super Weekend. As we said, we've been waiting for them to get a winner chicken dinner for the longest time in Super Weekend, so hopefully that performance will carry on through. But a great start to the 3rd league play week, so they're definitely trying to make sure that they can come back for that 3rd Super Weekend and prove us wrong. But still plenty of games to go, and again, Mad Knight picking up some huge games.
But also, that was the first chicken dinner for Umbra on in the week play, right? In the league play. That was their first chicken.
Wow.
So well done. Let's hope that is the first of many more to come. Because I just had to go back and look at week 1 and week 2. And that was the first chicken that Umbra was able to find coming into the league play. So yes, I hope that that is an indication of what we could be seeing for the remainder of this week. Absolutely fantastic way there for Umbra to close off the match. And it does really seem like things are starting to click into position. But all we got to wait for is to see what they will do through the remainder of the games here today. But yes, I mean, Miramar off to a fantastic finish.
No, I mean, look, that was the best finish on a Miramar for some of these teams that we've seen in a while. I mean, seeing such a different set of teams there towards that top 4, top 5, top 6. I mean, that's a complete change up from what we've seen in the past, which is great, again, for the teams that have so much pressure. Mad Knight making it up into 4th place. That's huge points for them to pick up there on our 2nd game. So I want to see how the rest of those rankings are going to look like, but I mean, that's a really good Miramar, especially when you consider we normally see Cryptics or G3 Temper taking those wins on Miramar, like back-to-back. Big change-up.
Yeah, and that's what we love to see, really seeing teams shaking things up, as we said. Stat books out the window, tables, the figurative ones, yes, definitely out the window. I cannot get this one out the window. It's going to take a little bit of trying. But of course, well, enough of that nonsense. Let's get into the highlights of this past map while we try and figure out what we're going to do with our tables. There we go. Some beautiful action unfolding on Miramar once again. So as we've been talking already, things really looking on the up and up for the teams. But as we know, this is only league play. It's not really indicative of what we are going to be seeing coming through in towards Super Weekend. But it does give us a slight bit of an idea. We know that the teams are trying to secure in those points to gain one of those 16 slots moving into the Super Weekend. Of course, let's hop into our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to bring in on this first Miramar of the day.
Yeah, I mean, a big changer coming through for a couple of these teams, really starting Miramar off on a different foot than what we've seen in the previous league weeks. So, Team Umbra, as we know, picking up their first winner chicken dinner. Absolutely congratulations to them, alongside 16 elimination points. So, no surprise that they're picking up that 30-bomb game, 31 points, and Team Unique not far behind with those 13 eliminations. We saw Scope really fighting it out there towards the end, but with the team picking up beautiful, beautiful points. And as we start to go down, the rest of the leaderboard, it's nice to see Virtual Gaming there, as well as a team that wants to come back for their second Super Weekend, and Mad Knight, who wants to come through for their first. So 10 points on the board for them. It's really not a bad start.
Yeah, but it's good to see the teams, they know what's at stake here. They're bringing in those efforts and really looking to push on through. Of course, we know Cryptics, Slimefork, the players there from Super Young Stars, of course, Myth and Master Esports as well, bring in points on the board. That's what, that's what they need. But it's been a pretty tough one, especially over on towards Miramar now for the players there from Triple Esports, as well as the players then from Zero Tolerance and YONKOUS. But now, more importantly, we need to see how that then impacts the overall rankings to get an idea of where these teams currently find themselves with regards to points. Of course, Team Umbra, beautiful winner chicken dinner, just adding on top of that first match they've had, and we can see them now sitting on a very comfortable 46 points. And that is, 19 points ahead of Lusail.
Yeah, look, I mean, a big game like that is going to result in such a huge leap on the overall rankings. So great to see it. And Mad Knight, they're in 8th place. So a really good start for them. I hope it's going to continue. The rest of the teams, also Triple Esports, up in 4th. Again, super crucial for them to come back in the next Super Weekend as well. So 2 of our 3 teams, they're stepping it up. And just going to come down to how SWAT 69 is, of course, currently doing, because they didn't get to play that game. So we know there's going to be a little bit of a disparity in the points for now. But 2 games down and some really, really good sets of points. Going over to that next page, we can take a look at a few of the other teams who maybe not quite yet getting what they wanted to, but slowly but steadily picking up points. I mean, Super Young Stars picking up those 10. We know they're also a little bit closer there towards the bottom, but they had a fantastic game. I mean, the rest, Slimefork, Team Myth, Cryptics, they're picking up points. They don't need them in Super Weekend points, if we're talking about that, but they want to come back. They want to get some of those winner chicken dinners. And yeah, I think it's starting off on an interesting foot to see some of the other teams, making it up into that first page. Last page, of course, not looking too great for a few of the teams, but I think overall the Miramar changes coming through, it really does feel like the teams have sort of fixed what they needed to fix, and they've come back with a new attitude into Miramar.
Yeah, definitely does seem to be the case here, but we'll get more confirmation as we make our way through the remainder of the games right here in towards the league play. But yes, definitely some good points being brought in at the top end of that leaderboard. Now we need to see the rest of the teams looking to see how many points they are going to be looking to try and push for, and how far they are going to be looking to establish themselves on those leaderboards. But of course, we'd love to hear what your thoughts are. Let us know over on social media. Hit us up on Facebook and Instagram. You can search for PUBG Mobile Esports.Africa. Tell us who you think will be the 16 teams moving through in towards our final Super Weekend. Of course, this is only the first day, only 2 matches done so far. We still have 3 more to go, and each of the teams, of course, still having several more to finish on up. So still a long way for them to make their progress on through, but we'd love to hear what your thoughts are either which way. So hit us up, and with that, we are going to be making our way into a quick break while we get ready for our 3rd match of the day. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. Now, already 2 matches done and dusted, ticked off, and now we're getting ready to roll right back up in towards Erangel for a little bit more action. And of course, now, speaking about action, we got to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And now we're getting ready to roll, right? Second match over on towards Erangel. First one already popping off, looking quite beautiful. And of course, I said before that Umbra picked up their first chicken in league play, but I was mistaken. That was their first chicken. Their first winner chicken dinner coming through for this entire event so far. So that is absolutely beautiful to see for them. As we know, they are looking for chickens coming into the Super Weekends as well. So we'd love to see even more. You know, we've been asking and praying over the Super Weekends to see those chickens come through. There was a little bit of a delay, but, you know, better late than never.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we should really find out from the viewers, you know, who they think is going to be the next team to pick up their first winner chicken dinner, or maybe take their points even higher. Who do you think is going to be taking this league week? Who do you think is going to have to, unfortunately, sit on the sidelines and watch the last Super Weekend unfold? So join the conversation, go to your Instagram or Facebook, and check out the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa pages. Let us know what you think of the action. Let us know who you think is going to come through and who's going to have to sit out. We really want to find out from you guys because, you know, we struggle. Casters, we don't do much, do we, DK? We just sit here and we make jokes about our bad English.
Yeah. That's our life, right? That's what we do. We just sit here and we're like, oh, you said that. It's like, yeah. But, well, in all seriousness, now, if we look over on towards the flight path, it's an interesting one, right? It's a little bit more further down on towards that southern side. So it is going to be a very comfortable drop, of course, coming in for Intruder Africa as well as Masters Esports. But we see Cryptics actually pushing up in towards that Malta kind of region. And that we know is the position that 1 million and usually the players there from G3 look to call home. As we know, we don't have G3 currently in this match. So it's only going to be the players there from 1 million looking to defend that position. And of course, the zone shifting over on towards that western side once again. So very similar kind of zone we had coming in on our first Erangel as well.
Yeah, it's just the flight path that has gone, well, the complete opposite route, basically. Making it a bit difficult here for the teams to get their usual spots. As we know, it's weird to see Cryptics here down towards the south. I mean, this is bizarre to the next level for me. And I mean, even if a couple of changes coming through, Unique also not taking their usual stop there towards Severny. So some changes coming through and some definitely contentious spots now, as we can see, obviously, with Mad Knight and Lusail right up close towards each other. And again, they're not alone. There's plenty of teams here to join the fray and maybe get involved as well. That's, it's a band of teams that can actually just fight it out at any point.
Yeah, a lot of these teams all now positioned down on towards the southern side. But I'm liking this kind of contention and congestion, right, coming up in towards Pachinki. We have not seen a lot of that really happening so far. So it's good to see the players here from Mad Knight and, of course, the side there of Lusail trying to kind of settle their dispute right here. But they got to be careful because we see Umbra positioned over on towards that eastern side. But speaking about the east, we have several teams now also looking to mobilize themselves and get into a little bit more of a advantageous positioning.
Yeah, no, it's a very good setup here that they can look at. And again, for both teams, potential for them to really set up into this game. We know, of course, our focus is on Mad Knight. They're the team that really needs to pick up as many points as they possibly can to make sure they get themselves into the next Super Weekend. So every single game is an opportunity here. Watson taking a little bit of a, just a little bit of a heel tap there, but resetting themselves and getting them back into their normal spots. Speaking of normal spots, Cryptics taking that huge rotation there up towards already by Rozak next to Slime4 KT there by Yasnaya. So an interesting position for them. Not sure if they're going to continue all the way into Georgia Pool. It would be a great opportunity in terms of getting into the zone. So that might be a little bit interesting. But still, in terms of contentious spots, I'm just looking at Mad Knights right now with Lusail. Intruder also with a knock, which is interesting.
Yeah, but definitely, I mean, like Mad Knight today, so far, they're off to a relatively good start, sitting up in 8th position. All they got to do is just keep that momentum flowing. That's all they got to do. Just be consistently consistent. and they'd be smiling at the end of tomorrow's games. So again, we'd love to see Mad Knight and the players there from SWAT 69 get their debut up in towards the Super Weekend, because everyone should have the opportunity to make their way into Super Weekend, play it out. But of course, those efforts, those plays will need to be brought on in. That's the only way that you are going to be able to close that one up. Of course, now some really impressive, plays coming through there.
I like it. I mean,
yeah,
we had a bit of Tokyo Drift previously. We had some G3 or Slimeful KT pulling up there onto some crazy drifts, and now we've got some J turns coming in. So some really good vehicle momentum coming through. But yeah, speaking of momentum, I don't know. Cryptics in a 2-2 split, and right in between them is Umbra and YONKOUS. So this is a bit of an interesting one. Marshall, of course, now making the rotation alongside Senke, trying to get around YONKOUS and Umbra. But it's difficult. I mean, you're literally taking a very fine line between all of these teams, and especially now with that migration coming through thanks to the zone, it's just going to make that line a little bit thinner by every single second. So we'll see how they manage to just get on out. But for the time being, hopefully they will make sure to do so. I don't know. I'm staring at the mini-map. I'm staring at these Skittles. I'm waiting for something to happen because it's just so crazy how these rotations have to come through.
Yeah, for me, my favorite thing of a Skittle pack is an empty Skittle pack, right? Because that means all their happiness is in my tummy. But of course, we are seeing a nice bit of aggression unfolding on the map once again. It is going to be Darkness and 1 Million fighting over on towards the eastern side here with quite a few hits now. Actually heading up in towards Darkness because the Moment trying to hold on, but Black lost. Oh, moving in so beautifully. Whiskey now being forced to grab that vehicle and look to reposition, as we can see. Black Lost coming through with the Tommy gun, not even going to be wasting any time, just going straight for those thirsts. Doesn't mind about the ammo, it's fine, it's a Tommy gun, it's got 50 in the mag, so, might as well just use it. But that is a good play, though, coming in. I mean, some really good points being picked up there by 1 Million, but now the pressure's on to Whiskey, right? Whiskey now needs to find a good position to try and pull up into, and speaking about pulling up, we do see the plays here now from Mad Knight actually pulling up on the side of Unique.
Okay, a little bit of a change-up coming through here as we see Mad Knight now trying to hold the line. Kate, so you're in the open, my friend. The Beast now trying to get a little bit of revenge there on towards Phantom. Scope right around the corner here to jump into the action, literally. But it's going to work out in their favor as they find one, looks for the second as ammo comes on through. But again, the teamwork from Unique is just absolutely on par with the best. Coming on through, making sure that they're holding the line down to Agent 47 now. That okay, that made me nervous. Overshoots it, but still. The thirst should be coming through here, at least on towards Phantom. And the res, I don't know. There's going to be a little bit of a fun one for Mad Knight. Those nades are still flying on through. I'm just waiting for one to connect, and that would be the end of Mad Knight.
Yeah, I mean, it does look a little bit devastating as Unique. They're just able to find such beautiful angles onto Mad Knight, and with that, it's going to be the end of the road for them right here as we see Agent 47 getting traded off as Scope comes running on in. But a beautiful push coming through from Unique, just holding their own. But now they still need to be cautious, right? Because we have the players there from Masters Esports looking to push up from the island, rotating across that western bridge. But of course, we also now have the players from SWAT 69 positioned just on the receiving end there. So another potential point of contention could be making its way on through. But as we can see on the map, still a lot of those rotations yet to make their way into the zone. I mean, we've got the Intruder still holding up in towards Novo. We've got the players there from Virtual Gaming now also on the approach. But Whiskey all the way up north. And I'm not too worried about Whiskey here. Well, unless, of course, he doesn't rotate into zone, into zone, right?
Zone.
Yeah, zone.
You did it.
You must... Yeah, you must get into zone, right? Because that whole northern side now looking relatively comfortable to move in, and now having the zone shifting a little bit further down towards the southern side. There's a beautiful passage that's kind of opened up there, as we can see moving along ruins.
This is deja vu, DK. Ah, I'm just waiting for Senke to do his little scouting action there. Cryptics to move on to Everest. Oh, this is so weird. This is literally just the exact copy of what we had in the first game. I mean, even the positioning is so similar. Now, rotations coming through. Obviously, we still have 15 teams alive, so that's also once again the same thing. Intruders once again taking the eastern side rotation. Oh, this is just bizarre. But anyway, let's take a look at the contention that's coming through now. Super Young Stars, of course, finding themselves very close to Team Unique, who have had some fantastic success so far in today. They've picked up some huge eliminations on Miramar. They're looking to repeat potentially some of that success, or maybe take it even a bit further. But again, as soon as you get into that little bit of an investment, there's going to be a few teams looking to get those third parties. I mean, coming through, YONKOUS is close, Masters is close, as we've mentioned. SWAT 69 also making a rotation into the action alongside YONKOUS. So plenty of teams, at any point can get involved. Look at the damage.
Yeah, definitely. The players here from Super Young Stars are going to be looking to bring it in. We know on the first Erangel, they finished off with 6 eliminations to their name. So far, not having picked up any just yet. Of course, the players here from the side of Team Unique, we know that they went out in 13th position, and it does look a little bit worrying for them currently, as we can see a beautiful spray down coming through. Phantom also now getting knocked right on down. So that is a 2-for-2 onto the side of Unique. Scope now also going to be looking to just sneak their way on around. But looking at the positioning coming through from the players there of the Super Young Stars, it does look to be a little bit more advantageous for them, as we can see Joker and Charla now just come rushing on forward. Phantom slowly bleeding out, but this is where Scope now just needs to try and play this angle, trying to bring in that surprise element. Oh, but it is going to be difficult, seeing that Scope is now down to the final remaining player here. But already, we do see a bit of an improvement coming in here for Unique. We know the previous match, the previous run on Erangel, they were only able to find 1 elimination. This time around, they're already sitting on 4. So things are definitely looking to be on the up and up. But how much to the up and up will it be?
Yeah, I mean, got that initial team wipe now, just looking on through Scope. Might just have to play it sneaky here. Make sure that Super Young Stars don't smell them out. And rotations now coming on through. Umbra actually finding Everest alongside Slimeful KT. I'm not sure that they're going to set up there just yet. We'll see as the rotations come through. Cryptics still having to make a way into the zone, with Whiskey making the rotation potentially right into Cryptics, but we'll see how that one's going to end up. And Scope, just beautiful hide and seek. Let's hope he can hide completely. Oh. Oh, this is so scary. I would hate this. I would my anxiety would be through the roof.
Yeah, but from what we've seen from Unique, they are capable of dealing with a play like this, right? Now it's just going to come down to whether or not Scope will be able to hold their own in and amongst the players coming through here from the Super Young Stars. Of course, that zone is going to be moving a little bit further down south. So Scope doesn't really have to flinch too much, but what's going to be interesting is this is now turning into kind of the home ground play for the Super Young Stars, because we know they like to usually drop in and around like Ferry Pier, kind of Primorsk. So now I'm curious to see what they are going to do with regards to that positioning, and whether or not they could be successful in defending this region.
I also am very curious about that. I mean, the only team to really normally challenge them there towards Ferry Pier is Unique, who is, well, currently down to 1 member. So rotations are going to be flying on through to the southern side here of the zone. As we can see, many teams looking for an opportunity here to set themselves up. And just mass migrations coming on through. Ban going right through Triple Esports to boot as well, from Ma actually feeling a little bit of the backup coming through thanks to Elias. And now Darkness being confirmed as Whiskey gets taken out there by Cryptics. As I said, awkward rotation, but unfortunately it had to be made here. Masters now getting into a little bit of a spat here with Triple Esports, who are already down, 1 down, potentially 2 if that res doesn't pop through.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at the positioning, we see the players coming through there from Triple Esports. It's a little bit more on the challenging side, because they are not only open to Masters, but also to the players here from YONKOUS, who we can see positioned up in towards the northern side. But YONKOUS, they also need to be quite cautious, because we have several teams yet to rotate on through from that northern side. So they're going to be very, very careful as to how much noise they are making, but they also got to be super swift about it. As we can see, players here from Masters Esports now looking to get right down to business as they look to be applying a bit of that pressure. Lusail are going to be pushing in from that northern side, taking their focus on towards Triple Esports. Meanwhile, YONKOUS now also just going to be looking to get themselves set up in towards Quarry. And again, Quarry being such a difficult position to play, but it all comes down to that positioning. If you're able to line yourself up on the high ground and those good angles, it is quite favorable, and it usually pays off.
Oh yeah, no, it can absolutely pay off in dividends, but also just by the way, Scope has not moved a single muscle since we saw this rotation coming through, so hide and seek might be coming on through. And what might be really starting off here for YONKOUS is a potential team wipe if they find themselves a good angle here towards Ban, as Ilias has been taken down, Angelo and Sin not far behind, and of course finding themselves now in a bit of a sandwich that they unfortunately have started with Triple Esports. So we'll see if they'll be able to sort of reset into this one. They're quite spread out, so still plenty of opportunities to maybe catch Ruff here on off guard. So we'll see if they can reset themselves. GG next, now also make the rotation back as the regroup comes through, and teams moving into the zone slowly but surely. This could be huge. I mean, for YONKOUS to pick up a team like this, they do need to do it quickly though. As you can see, Storm 4KT just behind them in the likes of Storm, of course, and just above them is Umbra, and now the rotation. Ooh, this could be huge for them.
But we see that sneaky approach coming through from Cryptics, just pushing in from that western side, looking to get themselves established in the zone, while the rest of the teams are fighting it out up towards that northern side. So a big brain play coming through there from them. Of course, now just moving into that sneaky little compound we have along the road. But also, Super Young Stars still holding on to the southern side. But now it's going to come down to these rotations, right? We know Quarry, difficult position to be playing. Umbra trying to push their way on forward. We got Slime, as you said, also positioned up ahead of them. But what is Slime going to be doing with this play here? Are they going to be looking to show a little bit of a dominating stance? Are they going to be looking to prioritize those rotations? Because for the time being, it's a beautiful trade-off in both directions. We saw Pronto going down, and now Storm sending a beautiful nade up, and also PRZ now getting traded off. But this could be a beautiful, aggressive stance now being made by Slime.
Oh, an opportunity is lying in wait, and Slime 4KT are looking to capitalize here as the nades are getting sent out. Plaza just narrowly missing the brunt of that damage coming on through, and now Shadowin, the last member alive here, getting chased by Aimer. Oh, Tokyo Drift, here we come on through, jumping out of the buggy, looking for the angle here. Aimer doing damage, but he's going to drop down to the ground just behind the tree line, looking to hold on. But of course, the rest of the team now coming on through. It's absolute chaos here for Shadowin to try and hold the line, and it's not going to be the case, unfortunately. Umbra gets sent back into the lobby. Complete team wipe and a complete beautiful engagement here for Slime 4KT, as they still have all of their members up and alive, and now on to their next targets.
Wow, that was such a beautiful play coming through from Slime 4KT. But now they move on to their next targets, as you said rightly. So it is going to be YONKOUS and Masters Esports up ahead. A few nades getting sent back and forth. YONKOUS now looking for that opening, as they already picked up the first knock. Ooh, that Mark 14 coming in. Oh, come on. The rush comes through. Down goes in 7. Oh, but GG next steps up and takes down the next one. Of course, you can see Izuraf just up ahead there for the side of YONKOUS. A quick reposition and being able to get that anchor point set up just barely within the zone. But now, Slime 4KT, they are going to be looking to prove a point here, as it is going to be Aimer and Plaza holding up. But of course, those off-angle plays coming through as we see GG next picking up yet another hit. But could Slime now bounce back from this position? We got the smokes going to be getting sent out. We got the players looking to rush on in, looking to fortify this play. But the same is happening for YONKOUS.
Oh, they just want to get involved into this one. And both teams not looking healthy. As we can see, both players, Aimer and Plaza, going down to a single molly. Well-placed time indeed. Izuraf just around the corner. And of course, now there's a lot of pressure to add on top of this. Slime 4KT looking to reset here, but the pressure that YONKOUS is applying might be enough. Pronto now trying to find a flanking position here onto the angles here of YONKOUS, but it's not enough. It's not quick enough. Oh, the turnaround coming through from YONKOUS, and now Pronto back in the zone trying to fight it out here alongside Aimer, who's finding one, looking for the next. NNN7 hiding behind the wall, just trying to stay alive. Out the window we go, looking for the connection here to YONKOUS. Come through with the third party. Pronto desperately trying to make sure his team is going to stay alive, and once again, I don't know how, but Slime for KT survive.
And they are in the zone. Absolutely beautiful play coming through there from Slime for KT. I mean, it's not really too surprising, right? If we look back onto the second Super Weekend, they were the team with the second highest amount of points acquired in that Super Weekend. So really good showing coming through there from them. But of course, now it is on to the rest of the lobby. We are down to our final 9 teams. We can see Triple Esports, AWAM being the last remaining hopeful. Cryptics, of course, just positioned up in the distance. But also 1 million right up alongside poor old AWM. So a little bit of pressure is going to be coming through on that front. But down south, it is going to be the players here from the Super Young Stars. Now just looking to inch their way a little bit further towards that southern position once again. And they've got a beautiful line of sight down onto the players here from the side of Virtual Gaming. With that, it is going to be the end of the road of Triple Esports, but the fight shall continue as we still now have 8 teams left to fight it out.
Oh, the numbers are dropping like absolute flies as everyone trying to find their rotations into zone and looking to take each other out. I do see SWAT 69 still in this one, so great opportunity for them. Virtual Gaming as well. Plenty of opportunities, even Intruders finding themselves so close to getting into the action. And Skirp, still alive, somehow, some way, right next to Intruders. So plenty of opportunities all the way around, but who's going to be the team to grab it? Who's going to be the team to really take the bull by the horns and make it their own? Intruders going to be into zone, at least Weiss will, but the angles are not looking too great here.
Yeah, and the same can be said almost here for SWAT 69 as well. Not the best position. They do find themselves over on towards that coastal line, but Weiss, positioned right behind them, could bring in a few devastating hits. But now we see the team still looking to push their way forward. You got that fight, of course, brewing between the players from 1 million and Slime for KT up in towards the north. But we do see the players here from Cryptics also just pushing up a little bit closer. Skirp, of course, we did see also getting taken on down. So it is down to only 7 remaining teams. Slime now trying to bring their numbers back up into fighting form. 1 million going to be looking to clear it out down to 2. It is going to be Eflex and Escanor. But will Escanor now be able to make this final push happen? Oh, come on, the shot's coming in. Down goes Eflex. Oh, Escanor about to come under fire. Quickly trying to pop in a quick med there, but beautiful plays as Slime step up, pushing their eliminations up to 10, hitting those double digits. And it's down to only 6 remaining teams. Of course, Cryptics coming in with a quick play onto the side there of Slime for KT now. So you can see Cryptics coming in for a quick bit of a rush, looking to get the finish on towards Slime. There's going to be Storm and Pronto. Oh, Senke cooking up that nade. In it comes. They run forward. Will it be enough? No! Down they go. Oh! Senke absolutely on point with that nade. And of course, Lazy Boy just coming in to add the cherry on top and get that squad wipe. And down they are. Down to 5 teams we go.
Wow. Okay, so let's take a little bit of account of what's going on here. SWAT 69 currently in zone, just by a hair, basically. Now, Cryptics moving on through into zone as well, with Marshall heading the line. Intruder just on the bridge, trying to find an angle in. And, of course, Virtual Gaming and Super Young Stars outside of zone, fighting it out for the pathing to take. Zeus, Alpha Luigi, holding the line here. Lashin and Joker going to go potentially right into a nade. Not for the time being, but here come the rest of the team. Oh, designated driver, here we come through. Don't mind if we just drive on by and take a couple of eliminations. Virtual Gaming, they're holding a beautiful line as they take 2 down. Lashin will escape for the time being, but Virtual Gaming really making a stance here as Super Young Stars now down to an unfortunate number. That being unfortunately 1. Make that 0.
I love my vehicle explosions. That was so beautiful to see. And of course, Omar there for the side of Intruder, just laying down some absolutely devastating blows. But of course, now 4 teams left. It is going to be the players here from Virtual Gaming down to 2. Intruder off in the distance. SWAT 69 right up ahead of them, rocking it with a full squad. But the same can be said for the side of Cryptics, now taking a dominating position up in towards that northern side. But this is where I'm looking to see what Intruder and of course the players from SWAT 69 are going to be doing. They have numbers, but will they now be able to utilize that? Of course, Virtual Gaming is going to be trying to put a stop to that as they now advance forward. A beam gets traded off. Oh, up comes the hit. Yash goes through with a beautiful shot. Now it is down to Zeus, but the shots are coming in from the side. Down he goes. Oh, Zeus trying to clutch it out. Oh, picks up Fosh as well. Wow. El Chapo, now the last hopeful, of course, the big bad blue zone with a beautiful assist there coming in. But Gary Boy comes in also now to close that up and steal the kill away. Oh, Intruders get down at the hand of Cryptics. Now it's going to be Cryptics up against a potential 2-player play for the side of SWAT 69. But I don't think that El Chapo will be able to get that res in towards Sabir. But now let's look and see. Cryptics, I mean, once you see them pitching up to these final few phases with 4 players, it's just one of those things, right?
Yeah, no. El Chapo, position known. Cryptics just flanking on around. This is looking so good for them. I don't know. Unless El Chapo pulls out a 1v4, it might have been a different story. But Cryptics coming on through with full numbers and the full motivation to get their winner chicken. Wow. Okay. No, I mean, that was... There was not many options there for El Chapo.
Well, I like it that you called it a winner chicken wow, right? That takes it to the next level. And I mean, that is usually what we see when Cryptics come in with those winner chicken wows, right? It is an absolute wow performance, right? They come in elimination heavy, they come in strategy heavy, and they bring in such a dominating presence in towards those final few phases. So a really good showing coming in there from the players of Cryptics, picking up a few more, well, adding another chicken dinner to their belt. And I mean, an absolute insane amount of chickens they've already been able to pick up throughout the entirety of the league so far. So, you know, no surprise really to see that happen, but we have to also now, you know, give credit where credit is due. SWAT 69 really trying their utmost best to hold on to that positioning within the zone. Yes, they made it into very late phase, coming in with a full squad, but unfortunately, we did see the players there from the side of Virtual Gaming just playing that extra additional tad bit of high ground to their advantage.
Yeah, look, they really made a stance. I mean, when Super Young Stars came on through, I thought that was going to be the end for Virtual Gaming, but they not only made sure to give a good word or two to Super Young Stars, but they really held out there towards the end, making it through quite far. So picking up some fantastic eliminations, picking up some fantastic placement points, really. So they're setting themselves up for potential 3rd Super Weekend as long as they continue that sort of momentum.
Yeah, definitely. Like Cryptics, it's not a team that I'm too worried about, right? I'm pretty convinced that there's a really high chance that they'll be returning to the Super Weekend. And even if it does happen that we don't see them making it up into a Super Weekend, I mean, they're fine, right? They are sitting at the top of the leaderboard. So I honestly don't think there's going to be a lot of teams that are really going to be able to catch up with those positioning, looking to the fact that a lot of the teams are going to be bringing in so heavily moving into that final Super Weekend. But of course, speaking about bringing it on heavily, let's have a look at a few of the highlights from this past match. Oh, not a lot of options there really to hide in. Unfortunately, those nades just made their way on through. But still, I mean, SWAT 69 making it all the way into the final two remaining teams. So, yeah, you got to give the credit where it has to go. But we also now have to take a look and see what those match rankings look like and how many points the teams were able to bring in after this match over on towards Erangel. We can see Cryptics coming in with 13 eliminations, a grand total of 28 points. And then, of course, if we add the score for SWAT 69 and Slime 4KT together, it also makes 28. But Slime coming in with those 10 eliminations, and it was such a beautiful push to see that come through from them.
Yeah, look, they were an absolute tear, picking up team elimination after team elimination, just narrowly, unfortunately, making it into the zone until Cryptics pulled up on and said, "This is where your journey ends on Erangel." But beautiful, beautiful set of points coming through. I mean, to highlight a few, Virtual Gaming staying alive, as we know, and just really, really good performance overall. I also do like that we saw YONKOUS, showing a little bit of a performance there. Generally a team that we've been keeping an eye out for, so great to see them making a little bit of a stance. Mad Knight, Team Umbra, Darkness, I mean, towards the bottom three, but not too bad. They've been picking up points in the other games, so the overall rankings will be interesting to see how this game really affected that. Going on through to that immediately, I do think Cryptics might have made a little bit of a stance here.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to, just show what they've been showing coming through in not only the league play, but also up in towards Super Weekend. Again, coming in with a 42 points there, 4 points behind the players there from Team Umbra, who are able to hold on to that pole position. But Lusail, Team Unique, still making a strong effort, as we can see them sitting on 30 and 29 points respectively. But it's good to see also the players there from Lusail Esports bringing in the work, right? They are trying to ensure that they finish well within this overall leaderboard. They want to bring in the points. They want to make it into that Super Weekend once again because they want to change the point situation. But of course, speaking about point situation, we need to take a look at that second page to see what the situation is moving on to that. And I think it's still going to be very, very much neck in neck all the way through for the entirety of today.
Oh, yeah, you can say that again. Slime 4KT, 1 point difference between them and Virtual Gaming, 1 point difference between them and SWAT 69, and then it trickles down in 1 point fashion all the way down to 16. So again, one good game we've seen many times before could make the difference between you making it to Super Weekend or not. Zero Tolerance have done it before all the way from 20th. We've seen a few other teams like Lusail. We've seen a few other teams like Umbra. There's many to name that have made those huge leaps up these overall rankings. So still plenty of opportunity even for the teams on this last page. For Myth, Masters Esports and YONKOUS, still an opportunity for them to get back into the top 16. Whether they need to or not, that's a different sort of discussion to have, because some of the teams have already set themselves up beautifully in that Super Weekend standings. They set themselves up in those top 16. But of course, everyone wants to get those winner chicken dinners. They taste so fantastically on the Super Weekend.
Yeah, but I mean, some really strong plays coming through, as we saw in our first 3 games of the day. Of course, we've got 2 more still to come. Next up, we are going to be making our way, heading over into a little bit of that Miramar action once again. But this time around, we are going to be having one more team sitting it out. So that is going to be the players there from Group B sitting it out for our 4th match. But also, we got to give a big shout out going out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa esports in 2022. Now, on that note, we are going to be taking a quick break while we get ready for our 4th match of the day. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you right back after the break. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League. This, of course, is the Africa PUBG Mobile Pro League, right? So we've been seeing the teams. I got lost along the way there somewhere, but we've been seeing the teams playing it out over our 3 matches. Of course, now we are prepping ourselves for our 4th match of the day, which will also be our 2nd Erangel. And this is where we have the players from Group B sitting this one out, but it's also the final match now coming in for the players over in Group A. So it is going to be their final opportunity, at least for today, to show us what they've got and what they can bring to the battlefield. Of course, we also want to give a big shout out going over to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. A lot of stuttering coming in here from you today, but you know, like the RAM is just absolutely, it's full, right? It's full because we've been seeing so much action already happening on the battlefield here today.
Yeah, no, it has been absolutely jam-packed with the action today. And again, we need to find out from the viewers. You guys need to let us know who you think is going to make it up into Super Weekend. Do you think it's going to be your favorite team? Who's your favorite team? You need to join the conversation and let us know. Go to Instagram and Facebook and check out the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa pages and let us know what you think of the action unfolding on our screens as we head through to the last Miramar for the day.
Yeah, but it's going to be good. I mean, Group A, they're going to be happy finishing it off on a little bit of that, you know, that murmur action, stepping in, showing us what they can bring to the table. And of course, we know that is going to be the players from Cryptics, Darkness, Mad Knight, and Team Umbra. So, yeah, some good expectations coming through, as we know. Team Umbra already being able to pick up their first chicken for the entirety of the event. So that is absolutely fantastic to see for them. But of course, we know that potentially the players there from Cryptics are going to be coming in with another devastating performance. But this is also going to be quite the important play now coming through for the players from the side of Mad Knight. Because we want to see them advancing into that Super Weekend. And looking at their current positioning, they sat up into 12th place with 15 points. So one final good match could be enough to secure their position, at least for today.
Yeah, the same can be said for SWAT 69. I mean, they're sitting there towards 11th place. So, again, very, very close. Triple Esports, they are feeling good and happy. They'll join us, obviously, for the next game. But for now, our focus is on SWAT 69 and Mad Knight. And our focus is on that zone shift coming on through there towards the eastern side, or southeastern side there of Miramar. So, plenty of opportunities here for a few of the teams, especially the teams that really like to frequent Los Leones, maybe even all the way to Menes Generales. You're going to have to say all of these words again. You know, I don't like these Miramar names.
Yeah.
They hurt me so much. But what is not going to hurt me is the fact that we've got so many teams here looking to once again be the teams in those top 5s for Miramar. We know generally we look at Cryptics, we look at Slime4 KT and G3 Temper on a map like Miramar. But last Miramar, we had a bit of a switch up. So I am wondering if we're going to see that come through again.
Well, I mean, if we look at where the zone is, it's just a smidge, like the lightest of a smidge further north than what we had in the previous Miramar of today. So I'm curious to see where that next zone shift will be taking us, but also more importantly as to what the teams are going to be doing, because we've got the players from Umbra now looking to roll on through, just a little bit of a spread coming through over towards that kind of Picado region. We have the players there from the side of Mad Knight positioned in towards Picado itself. So a little bit of contention could be coming through should they decide to push directly in that direction. But I don't think that it's going to be on the table, well, at least not for now. But now that whole eastern side, once again, finds itself entirely open for the taking. And we do see a few rotations coming in along that more southern side as we have, you know, teams looking to get themselves into a few positions as early as they possibly can. And I think that is a fairly decent call to make early on in this phase, particularly having such a vast open side over on towards the east.
Yeah, some very interesting positions coming through as well. I mean, a few teams maybe changing up their spots just a tad, maybe because of what happened there on the previous game. So looking at it now, I mean, potential interesting spots could be Myth and Umbra having to make their rotation once again into each other. Umbra, of course, being in the zone, but Myth, the only direct line that they can get into zone is straight through the likes of Ramsey for the time being, who's holding the line. That might be a little bit of a fun time. And of course, Virtual Gaming very, very close to Cryptics. With Senke just scouting up ahead, might find them, might get that information to the rest of the team, and then we could see that 3-1 split suddenly regrouping. But other than that, and 1 million's bizarre spread, very, very spread out spread, the rest looks pretty fun. Looks pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the players here from SWAT 69, of course, just sneaking their way up in towards Puerto. As you can see them now sitting over on the eastern side, completely uncontested. The entirety of the eastern coastline being open. So I think this is a good position, particularly for SWAT 69 to be in, right? Because we know SWAT and Mad Knight, two of our teams that are going to be looking to finish today as strong as they can. And of course, also the players from Mad Knight still just holding on to the position up in towards Picado. Not really getting pushed or challenged in that region, at least for the time being. But as we know, a lot of rotations still to make their way on through. And things could take a few rather interesting shifts. We can see 1 million already starting to push their position as far as they can. Of course, the players here from YONKOUS all the way up towards La Cobreria, up in that far northern side. So it's going to be a little bit of an interesting rotation, but also a relatively uncontested rotation for them.
Yeah, it's only Zero Tolerance that's really behind them, but we know Zero Tolerance, they can have a completely different pathing into the zone, maybe even take it a little bit more south there towards El Pozo, so plenty of opportunities for them to get in, and it is bizarre to see so much space, obviously still uncontested, but we know Miramar first zone, plenty of space, plenty of opportunities for teams to get in. It's only really that southwestern side, or maybe even the western rotation up to north, that western line basically, that is looking a little rough. But teams have plenty of space in between them for the time being. Intruders and Blackjack potentially might find something there, but they're still pretty spread up for the time being. It's Darkness making their rotation through from the southern side. And yeah, it looks so calm. It's a little bizarre, in all honesty. But I don't know. I think getting into this one, the teams might be looking to really set themselves up like 1 million, finding that central part of the zone. Even Blackjack can move up into that with Umbra. So really just focusing heavily on making sure that next zone shift won't catch them off guard, which I like. I do like that we're seeing a little bit more of that structure come through into this last league play, which, you know, the first two we just saw chaos and more chaos.
Strategic chaos, right? We'll go for that.
Yeah.
Because, you know, why not? But it does seem like the teams are waiting for the dust to settle a little bit. But I'm curious to see what Umbra is going to bring in this match, because we know they had an absolutely beautiful run-in on the first Miramar of the day, finishing strong with an exceptional 19 eliminations so far for the day that we saw at that point. But for the match itself, they were able to pick up 16, dropping that 30 bomb on us. So I'm hopeful to see another beautiful performance coming through from the side here of Umbra. But also, those rotations slowly starting to make their way on in. Again, nothing overly aggressive, nothing overly risky. The teams playing it safe, playing it, you know, as thoughtful as they can at this point. But I do think once we get into the next phase, or potentially even that third phase, that is where we're going to be seeing the plays really starting to come on through, as we have a lot of advances happening at the current moment, right?
Yeah.
We've got the players here from Slime, up in towards Junkyard, El Azahar, uncontested, good spot, also using that eastern side. But if we look towards the western side, we've got Masters, we've got the players there from Mad Knight, we've got Umbra, we've got G3, we've got 1 million, we've got Blackjack, and of course Intruder. So several teams now starting to get a little bit closer, as Blackjack also now just exploring their options on towards that Los Leones side, as we can see Zane picking up the first one on towards Rauf. Now the pressure is on, right? Blackjack looking to kick off this match.
Yeah, finding the first elimination, that's always a good start. Looking for a little bit more as Intruders trying to make their rotations up. And up, unfortunately, is where they'll have to look. As Blackjack is holding the high ground here, looking for the angles on towards Intruder. Lelouch getting some good information now here with Intruders moving up close. Weiss right up ahead. Sort of the bait coming through here for Intruders. Just look at me. Don't look at my teammates running up on you as well. Reaver coming through, finding Weiss. Weiss looking the wrong way, unfortunately. And now the rest of the team of Intruders down to 2 as that immediate thirst comes on in and they take the disengagement immediately, which I think is a good call.
Yeah, of course now Intruders having actually being forced now to make a decision, trying to put a little bit of distance in between themselves and this very centralized position we can see currently coming through for the players here from Blackjack. But as we look on towards that northern side, right, especially over on towards the northwest, things are just going to start heating up as we see so many teams now still having to cram themselves back into the zone. For the time being, it does seem like the players from Intruder should be able to stay alive a little while longer, but up comes G3, also looking to rotate in, and we could see a potential fight now brewing between Blackjack and maybe G3, as Blackjack, they have not budged from their positions, still keeping their sights trained on this position.
Oh, looking a little cheeky. So, I mean, opportunities here for a few teams to really pick up some eliminations. I mean, Intruders involved, G3 Tempers involved, Umbra now involved. All of the teams making such a central rotation, and you know why, because it's Miramar. Now, Umbra finding Blackjack Esports. A little bit of a tap there with the Mini 4 team, just saying hello for the time being. A red should pop through as Blackjack do have plenty of space between them and Umbra for the time being, and still, once again, have that high ground to work with. Cryptics not far behind, as we can see just there on the horizon. And a few more rotations coming in. SWAT 69 also look to find some central angles. Wasted? What are you doing with that Mini 14?
Doing the job, that's what I would say. Some beautiful hits coming through, unfortunately for Wasted. Not finding enough damage to get the knock in, but still a good amount of damage being dealt there nonetheless. But now it's down to whether or not Umbra will be able to hold on towards this western position, right? These compounds, a nice angle to be holding as we wait to see where this next phase will be taking us. And of course, Blackjack can't really be hiding on that high ground for too long, as Morteza and the rest of the squad here from Umbra, they know exactly where they are. But now we see 1 million also potentially looking to pull up to the party, and still we see the players from Intruder holding their position just there alongside Blackjack. I'm loving the play coming through there from G3 as well, moving in from that northern side. Again, not getting too aggressive, just holding their angles and waiting to see what the rest of the lobby is going to be doing. But I'm also having quite a bit of that congestion now starting to build up along that western side. As we can see, Masters Esports on the rotation. We've got the players from Virtual Gaming. We've got Myth. We've got YONKOUS. We've got still the players there from Mad Knight. All still having to kind of set themselves up in anticipation for this next shift.
Oh, I do like this. I mean, I'm seeing quite a few more teams really focusing on that zone rotation, just keeping themselves on the edge, which we saw a little bit of a craziness going through previously with so many of the teams still alive, of course. You know, all of the teams had that sort of a flock to the center, and that really resulted in quite a few teams, unfortunately, falling to those containment strategies coming through. So now Myth, Virtual Gaming, YONKOUS, Mad Knight, I mean, really keeping to the center, but that might shoot them in the foot with that zone rotation pulling on through. I mean, Slime 4KT, at least, they're going to be happy with that. The rest of the teams as well. But Myth, Virtual Gaming, YONKOUS, Masters, Mad Knight, even Umbra and Cryptics making still their rotations into zone. I don't know how the rest are going to sort of get in. It's a bit of an awkward angle.
Yeah, but I mean, this would be a good rotation for either 1 million or Zero Tolerance to move up to that craters. We can see them generally heading in that that kind of direction, right? It does seem like Zero Tolerance could be potentially moving up to the drop that we saw in towards that northern side. But up comes the players here from Cryptics, looking to push through Los Leones. The Blackjack still holding on to the high ground, just north of them. We still have Intruder a little bit further up ahead. SWAT 69 now looking to push in from that eastern side, but still a lot of congestion over on towards that far western side here between the players from YONKOUS and, of course, Virtual Gaming. as both these teams are looking to kind of conclude their engagement here, but it is looking quite costly now for the side of YONKOUS, as they've already had 2 players getting traded off, and now it is down to GG Next and Lewis to try and now find that pathway back into Wood Zone without having to make their way back into the lobby just yet.
Yeah, let's hope they can find a little bit of an angle here to work with. As we know, very awkward rotations for a few of the teams. And Lewis and GG Next a little bit split up as they try and just scatter to get away from virtual gaming. Rest of the teams, of course, Umbra and Blackjack still just holding off their little engagement for the time being, as they are in zone, not necessarily wanting to give anything away just yet. Still have an opportunity to hold the line for the rest of this match. 15 teams still, of course, in this one, as we've begun with. And rotations now still making their way through. Oh, very cheeky. Mad Knights, I do like the rotation they're taking there towards Crater. Maybe behind 1 million. And, oh, damage.
Yeah, damage getting dealt between Umbra and Blackjack, as we can see. A quick knock finding its way up onto its MG. Now it is up to Morteza and the rest of the squad. They wasted, and of course PRZ, to try and find that approach to get back atop the hill, or maybe bring in a bit of a potential play towards that, because we know it's over on towards the western side, and the zone is starting to close on through, and it can take another shift in any which direction. But it is still now getting heavily congested. We still have 15 teams up. We do see the players from Myth now pushing up from that southern side. A few hits starting to line on through in towards the feed there, as the players from Darkness are just welcoming them in. But still, Umbra, Blackjack holding on to those positions. You can see Virtual Gaming now pushing in also from that western side. Same happening for YONKOUS. So some very spread out positionings for the time being. But the zone takes us down towards the southern side. So I'm curious to see what SWAT 69 is going to be looking to do with their position.
Yeah, great position. I mean, you know, Umbra and Blackjack, they've been putting off the conclusion to this engagement for a while now. Virtual Gaming might force the hand as they've rotated on in, getting closer and closer. Umbra now trying to make a rotation back up into, obviously, the zone as they need to, but they might have to go through a few teams to make it happen. Of course, the duo for Cryptics might be the first option. And oh, the feed is going to light up, as you can see. Cryptics now finding Masters and a few other teams just in the vicinity, potentially to get involved, unfortunately, as ban gets confirmed. Ooh. Oh, Virtual Gaming also finding Umbra now. This is going to get crazy.
Yeah, but I'm loving that position coming through from Darkness, finding such a beautiful high angle, high ground position. There we go. Thanks, DK. That they can really leverage in their favor, and we've seen these high ground positions, particularly over on towards the eastern side of Los Leones, being quite essential, particularly when we've got a few teams moving in from that western side. But now curious to see what the rest of the teams are going to be looking to do positional-wise, right? Because we still have the players from Blackjack over on towards that western front. Over on towards the south, we've got the players from Myth. We've got Darkness right up alongside them. So many more teams yet to rotate in. But Slime Forgetty coming in with a very spread-out approach. Like a lot of distance between all 4 of their players there. Not quite sure what the deal is with that. But, I mean, looking at 15 teams, that's definitely not a kind of approach you want to take coming in here.
Oh no, it's going to be absolutely chaos. I mean, we can really see 1 million finding potentially Mad Knights and Blackjack also potentially just getting involved. So, I mean, this is a little bit of a third party coming through. And, I mean, as they take this contention, as they take this engagement, they do need to be aware of that zone migration of teams coming on in to join the party. I mean, 1 million now coming through from the northern side, right behind Mad Knight. So the Beast, dodging nades for the time being, might need to dodge the situation alongside the rest of their team. You can see a few confirmations coming through. Mad Knight, oh, I don't like the position they find themselves in. They find some good opportunities here, but they need to close this one out. We can see Dexter already behind Agent 47.
Oh, the pressure is just going to start building here. I mean, at this point, I do not want to be in a position like we see Agent 47. So many people in and around this region. Up comes Lelouch now looking to push forward. Beast saying, how are you doing? Finding a quick shot. Of course, that confirmation also getting stuck in there. And now it turns to MG and Zane to hold on. Ooh, MG lines it up one after the other, almost picking up Kato in the exchange as well. Now, Beast looking to cook it up. MG super low on health. One cough could be enough, and down he goes. Ah, come on. Oh, nice.
Wow.
The Beast dials it in and picks up the eliminations right there on towards Blackjack. But of course, in true PUBG fashion, the blue zone now has to add even more pressure to these teams.
I mean, more pressure than what 1 million is adding into the pot here. I mean, what you always say, you add everything except the kitchen sink, basically, is what happening here. You can see Umbra now being taken out as well. Many teams now dropping their numbers almost instantly as these rotations need to come to an end. Of course, Master's still finding YONKOUS, and there's YONKOUS back in the lobby. So immediately, we're going to start seeing these numbers drop. And it's going to get absolutely crazy. Even goes virtual gaming down to Cryptics. We still have to get into zone. I mean, the only team in zone right now is SWAT 69.
Yeah, and that is a beautiful position for them. But it's also beautiful as we can see 1 million now packing their bags, heading right back into the good old lobby. But this is now still a big fight, as we can see. Mist now coming under fire as Darkness are looking to just rain down upon them, as Manuel finds a beautiful shot already positioned in the zone. The rest of the team now still looking to join up to that position. Up comes Aimer for the side here of Slime for KT. Of course, we've got Pronto and Plaza. Quite some distance away, though. Again, not quite sure what the approach is or what the deal is with this play, but it's going to be quite a bit of a challenge now for poor old Aimer. As we can see, another serious case of hide and seek potentially being played here. And of course, Darkness just going to be looking to capitalize on their position. And they've got some good lines of sight right on towards Cryptics and the players going through there as they rush right on towards Angelo coming in from Masters Esports.
Who is the last remaining member of Masters Esports? So Lazy Boy, very happy to get that confirmation. Just jumping through the window, trying to say, hey, how you doing? Come on through. My UMP looks very nice. You want to see the skin. Trust me, just come out the door. Thank you. 7 teams now remaining. Unfortunately, Zero Tolerance go out. Still, SWAT 69, the only team really in the zone alongside Intruders and maybe Darkness, who are trying to finish things off with Slime for KT, who are now down to 1 member, and that 1 member is right next to Darkness.
Oh, come on, come on. The pressure starting to build. Kato trying to bring it in. There we go. Gary Boy gets taken on down, but Senke dealing the devastating blows, coming through with a quick save there for the team. Of course, that lovely blue zone also causing some absolute carnage onto the players there for Mad Knight, but still a good finish, taking it all the way up in towards that 7th place. But now the rest of the lobby looking to push all the way through. We got G3 still rocking a full squad. They are positioned up in towards the north. And we've seen in the past when G3 comes from the north, things are looking up for them. Will it be the same this time around? We don't know, but it could be. Now they have to rotate down towards the southern side, which is exactly where the players from SWAT 69 would like to have the rest of the lobby to go now.
This is prime position here for SWAT 69. My goodness. Really setting themselves up for a potential fantastic finish. We'll see, of course, if G3 has anything to say about that as they move on closer and closer, already finding a little bit of damage. As SWAT 69 unfortunately have to go and recover Fash, who's been taken out for the time being. But of course, rotations have to come through. Darkness as well, still in this one. And we can see now this might be huge for G3. If they find this position, can you imagine?
It would be absolutely golden. Now, of course, let's see whether or not they'll be able to pull that off. We can see SWAT trying to hold up that defensive line. Darkness sneaking in from that southern side. But we still have Cryptics as well as the players from Intruder positioned all the way over on towards that far western edge. But the pressure is going to be on for the fight. For the controlling position in this current phase. Will it be SWAT? Will it be G3? Well, on the one side, I'm hoping it's the players there from SWAT. As we know, they are in need of a few points. This would be absolutely golden for them. Already sitting in the top 5 is where you want to be. But looking at the competition coming into the zone, it's going to be a very tough fight.
Oh, yes, indeed. As we can see, Senke already starting with Intruders. Wader now finding Momin. And the push is on here for Darkness. The push is on here for SWAT 69, who are holding the line against Intruder, finding Hemo. Still, they have to deal with G3 Temper as Whiskey is getting tapped out into the lobby. Moment not looking too healthy either. Manuel and Atleno have to hold the line, and SWAT 69, they're still finding themselves in a sandwich here.
Oh, well, Sabir landing the hits right onto his lazy boy Senke. The last one left now for the side of Cryptics. Those pushes are going to come on through, and that map is going to start lighting up as we can see the hits flying all over the place. Senke quickly trying to pull up on towards this warehouse. Let's see who's going to be able to make this final jump. Darkness also still having to find their way into zone position up on towards the southern side, but also up on towards the high ground. Senke now trying to hide out in the vehicle. Oh, Fash trying to get a fast one here. Will he be able to find those hits? Atleno, Manuel, sneaky. Are they going to be able to tap away at the teams? It is going to be quite a play for those angles now. As we can see, plays from SWAT 69, taking a few hits, but nothing too crazy. Of course, now they're returning the favor. Senke gets picked on up and sent off as SWAT 69 finds the hit. G3 sitting on 4, SWAT 69 sitting on 4, Darkness sitting on 2. As we see them positioned up high. But now look at that zone shift. Ooh, SWAT, Temper, they all have to move forward.
Oh, this is huge potentially for anyone who can find the first possible angle here. At Leno now looking towards Sabir, finding a few knocks, but nothing quite yet to get that confirmation coming on through. SWAT 69 still steadily making their approach into the zone. As you can see, they're going to be the first team to really step it up on in. Darkness now having to make an awkward rotation. SWAT 69 in a sandwich between G3 Temper and Darkness. So this is going to come down to those angles. This is going to come down to that management of third parties, as anyone who gets involved now could be the next team to get taken out.
Yeah, and this is going to be important because SWAT 69, they have strong numbers coming in. All they got to do is play the defensive game. Just hold their ground. But of course, we know G3, they are going to be looking to play the angles and sneak their way on through into that chicken. And oh, there we go. Good start. Buden getting traded off. 1 down, 3 to go. Got Nacho also just hanging on. Flacco, and up comes a beautiful push at 6. Also ventures forward. Down goes a quick trade-off. Down goes 6, I believe. Yes. Come on, El Chapo holding strong. Flacco, Nacho, down goes Nacho. It is up to El Chapo. No, sorry, it's up to Nacho now. As Flacco gets traded off. Come on, G3 down to 1. Will Nacho be able to clutch this out? Will SWAT get the jump? It is going to be a 2v1 potentially. Now, come on. This is the time. Rush El Chapo. Play it. Play it. Go, go, go. Oh, Nacho up ahead. Come on, they're so close. Come on, SWAT. Come on, SWAT. You can do it. Sabir holding that off angle. Oh! Yes! Oh, that's what we wanted to see. Beautiful play coming in from SWAT 69. 1 player down, but now Darkness looking to move in. And now the position from Sabir makes sense, right? Keeping a very watchful eye on the potential plays coming through from the side of Darkness. But now Sabir needs to utilize that position because I don't think Darkness knows that Sabir is currently positioned on the side.
This is so sneaky. Now, SWAT 69, they've got that third player up and running. They're getting the health bars in check. This is a huge opportunity for them to hold on to the line. Atleno and Manuel sneaking up in, trying to find an angle here. Of course, we know that zone is going to make that push a little bit more than what they would have wanted. They're going to have to get out into the open one way or another. 20 seconds now on the clock. And slowly but surely, the teams are looking for the angles here. This can be absolutely amazing, but it's going to come down to that coordination on both teams, especially for Manuel and Atleno, the duo going up against the trio of SWAT 69. The nades are going to be sent here, and this is going to be the trigger.
Oh, come on. Come on. Come on, SWAT. We want to see a chicken. We want to see a chicken, but Darkness are going to make it so difficult. Oh, Manuel steps up with the first one. Down goes Yash, and it is now down to a 2v2 fight out to the finish. Of course, Darkness holding on to the high ground position. El Chapo getting ready to push the position, but they need to be super cautious. because those headshots are going to be super potent at this point. El Chapo now trying to ride the ridge. Oh, it's down to El Chapo, the last remaining hopeful. Come on. Manuel Adleno looking to rush on forward. Will he be able to close this one out? El Chapo looking so good. Come on. Do it. Play those angles. I'll be happy with whoever picks it up, but if it is SWAT 69, I'll just be so much more pleased. But unfortunately, it is going to be the side of darkness picking up the winner chicken dinner. But I am super satisfied with the performance coming through from SWAT 69, right? Pushing up all the way to the very, very finish of this match, making it into that final zone, the final showdown with darkness. But of course, darkness, well done. They picked up the winner chicken dinner. They just played that position so beautifully. And of course, we got to give credit where credit is due. So well done.
Absolutely. And SWAT 69, they're picking up 8 eliminations and making it up into second place. I mean, that is a fantastic game. And this is what we were talking about. One game, one good game can make that huge leap up the overall ranking. So, I mean, after something like that, they've probably found themselves in the top 16. I can't see why they wouldn't. They just need to keep this momentum going into the rest of the games. We've got one more for today. Darkness, though, picking up that winner chicken dinner. I think that's going to be really crucial for them, you know, making sure that they're getting their coordination in check, making sure that they're getting their teamwork in check for, of course, not only the next Super Weekend, but the finals as well, if they're going to make it there, of course, which, I mean, no spoilers, we don't know yet, but it's definitely going to be interesting.
Yeah, but I gotta say, I mean, we were waiting for SWAT 69 to step it up, and they delivered. Even on the last Erangel for today, I mean, last Miramar, sorry, getting carried away here, but they stepped up, they delivered, they brought it in, they finished strong, they brought in really good defenses, holding on to their position. I mean, they dealt with the players coming in there from G3, they dealt with the Cryptics coming into their position, so that is really good signs coming through from SWAT. But now, one match isn't good enough, right? It was fantastic, don't get me wrong, but we need to see them now build on that momentum. Right? And I think that was absolutely golden for the side of SWAT, because it just reminded them once again that they do possess the ability to perform well. And it's good to see that not coming through, but now we got to see whether or not it sticks, because I'm hoping it sticks, because we know they can do it. Why else would they be in PMPL Africa?
Absolutely. And I mean, it's a huge setup for them coming through into this last week, as we know. Very, very stressful. So a game like this really sets that momentum up high, really sets the team on fire, not literally, hopefully. So hopefully they can take this through.
Yeah, and of course, let's hop into a few of those highlights to see how close SWAT came to taking that winner chicken dinner. So close. So close. But you know what? That's the beauty of the Battle Royales. Ever changing, ever surprising. An absolutely beautiful finish coming in for both Darkness and the players there from SWAT 69. Bring in some very much needed points in, because we want to see the players from SWAT being able to potentially make it up in towards Super Weekend. But of course, this is only the first day of League play. There's still another entire day of gameplay to go through, so anything can still change. But speaking about something that will not change, that will be, of course, our match rankings for this past Miramar match. I almost said Erangel once again, but you know,
you really want Erangel.
Yeah, I'm getting so excited to see what everyone's going to be doing, because I mean, there's just so much action unfolding here, and we see teams really stepping up with some beautiful things. But of course, without much further delay, let's have a look at the match rankings.
Oh, yes, let's do. Because I want to see how many points not only did SWAT 69 and Darkness pick up, but what did the rest of the team and the lobbies make happen here. So, Darkness picking up 24 with those 9 eliminations, really looking fantastically. And SWAT 69, 8 eliminations alongside G3 Temper. So, it was as close as it really could have gotten there towards that final fight. As we know, Cryptics picking up 6, finding themselves with 14 points, and it starts to trickle down just slightly. But Mad Knight picking up 5 eliminations, great for them in terms of just getting up those points consistently, as we know. Now, SWAT 69, they had a huge jump. Mad Knight, at least they are staying consistent with the points. Really, really crucial for them. But where's Triple Esports? Where are they hiding? They're going to have to wait till the next game because we know Virtual Gaming coming through, picking up for those 4 points. Also one of the teams we want to see again come back for Super Weekend just to add a little bit of that buffer. Because out of the 3 teams, I guess, that we have been waiting for to step up, all of them have really made a change. So let's take a look at those overall rankings and see how it's looking for the top 16 so far.
Well, the easiest answer to your question as to where Triple Esports are, right? They were in Group B, remember? So they'll be joining us back on the battlefield as we move into our final Erangel of the day. But of course, looking at the overall points so far, you can see Cryptics holding on to pole position on 56. Team Umbra hot in their heels. It's so great to see that one under the winner chicken dinner next to their name, sitting on a grand total of 48 points. Of course, Darkness also right there upside alongside them. Yes, I said all of that. 42 points. SWAT 69. Up in 4th place on 53 points. It is beautiful to see that slot being occupied there by them. Well done, well played. Then, of course, we got the players there from G3 Temper, Lusail sitting in there with their chicken on 30 points, 1 point ahead of Team Unique. And, of course, Blackjack hot in their heels there with their 23 points. But now, the more important page we need to look at is going to be the second page to see what the contention is. And as we can see, it's still very, very close. There's not a lot of points really separating the teams, at least for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 3 teams all tied with 22 points. We've got another 2 teams tied with 19. From 22 to 14, it's really not a big leap whatsoever. So, huge opportunity for these teams to really take it further. I'm glad to see Mad Knight and Triple Esports well within sort of the middle of those 16 rankings. So, they're looking good as long as they keep up this momentum. I don't even care if they get like a huge game. Just make sure that you do enough to get into Super Weekend. That is the goal at this point in time. Now, onto the last page, Masters, YONKOUS, and Team Myth, still the teams that are unfortunately not looking good for the next Super Weekend, at least after our 4 games so far. Still got 1 more to go, and then the whole of tomorrow. We'll see how that might change then. But also teams that have been putting a decent performance so far. And maybe Masters I might be worried about. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Myth, definitely not a team that we're going to be too worried about because we know they're already sitting with 6 winner chicken dinners on the Super Weekend, right? Sitting up in 2nd position. Like, if they have an off day today, it's fine. It's fine. They still have tomorrow's games to try and make up for that. And we know they possess the ability to change that. But what I'm super satisfied with is the current positioning, as you've said, coming through there for SWAT 69, as well as the players for Mad Knight. Now, all you got to do is, in whatever games they still have to play tomorrow, step it up, continue to push, and continue to bring in those points. They've now had a little bit of a taste, and now we want to see them come on in and grab it with everything that they have in their repertoire of skills and strategies because, again, there is some possibilities there for teams to bring that on through. So really looking forward to seeing that unfold. But of course, we'd love to hear what you guys are thinking. Let us know on social media. Head on over to Instagram and Facebook. You can look for PUBG Mobile Esports Africa and tell us what your thoughts are and whether or not you were also impressed with the performance coming through from SWAT 69 and the players from Mad Knight.
Absolutely.
Well, on that,
we do want to hear from them.
yeah.
Also who they think is going to go through to Super Weekend.
Exactly. So, of course, on that, we are going to be making our way into yet another break while we get ready for our 5th and final match of the day, and that would then conclude all the games here for today. So we look forward to seeing you all right back after the break. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. This time I got it right, no stumbles there. And of course, we are making our way into our final match of the day, heading right back into Erangel. I got so excited I started calling every match Erangel today because, you know, why not? We have an Erangel heavy day today, but it is going to be the final opportunity for our 4 last groups to wrap up their performance here and, of course, try and solidify their points over on towards the overall leaderboard. But before we go anywhere, we, of course, have to give a big shout out going out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports in 2022. Now, we're getting ready for that final match. It is going to be the final rumble over on some bread and butter to see where the teams are going to be going. Now, this time around, I don't know if I want another Western Zone again.
No, please. The deja vu was too strong from that second game. Yeah, no, it was weird. I thought we restarted the day for some reason. So, can we go anywhere else? South, east, north, anywhere else, literally.
Ooh, maybe northeastern side. That would be quite
nice.
interesting.
That'd
Yeah.
be fun. Yeah.
Yeah, up into Stalba, Yasnaya, that kind of region. But of course, well, we can't choose where the zone goes. We only take what we are dealt. So hopefully it is going to be something rather interesting. But of course, we'd love to hear what you guys are thinking. Let us know on social media. Head on over to Facebook and Instagram. Hit us up. You know where to go. PUBG Mobile Esports.Africa. Tell us what your thoughts are. Meanwhile, we'll be sitting here telling you as much as we can from the performances we've been seeing coming in from the team so far. And again, I got to say, a really good performance being brought in by the players there from SWAT 69 on the past match, right over on towards Miramar. But hoping to see a continuation of that, not only in what's left of today, but also hoping to see the same continuation and potential improvement even coming into tomorrow's matches.
Yeah, so I mean, it's good to start the first day off with some great momentum, but you need to carry that through, as you said, for tomorrow, because some of the other teams might look to capitalize on that. I mean, Myth, YONKOUS, even Masters Esports sitting there on the last page, they might only bring their game tomorrow. You know, maybe tomorrow is the day that they feel, okay, you know, Wednesday games are the best games. So they come through and they have an absolutely dominating performance. Then that leaves, you know, the teams that are fighting for those spots in Super Weekend nothing to work with, unfortunately. But I do like that it's a good start. I think it's a good start to the momentum, to the mental game that we come through, because they've had a pretty tough couple of weeks. So to come back feeling strong, feeling good, and having that success to tie into that really helps the team momentum, that really helps the synergy to sort of get up to a new level, keeps the comms clear, keeps the comms positive, which is also a big thing. As I've spoken to a few of the teams, sometimes the comms get a bit heated and then they're not quite clear, and that's really what sort of brings that teamwork down. And so far, SWAT 69 have been absolutely on it with the teamwork. I mean, they're playing 2-3 steps ahead of the game. They just need to sort of translate that into a winner-winner chicken dinner, and then they've had a show-stopping day.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as the saying goes, teamwork makes the dream work. I mean, I got to be a little bit cringe sometimes, but it's true. And it's so great to see things working out so well for the players there from SWAT 69. But, I mean, we can't shine all the light just on them. Also, great performance coming through from the players there from Mad Knight. But again, now both Mad Knight, SWAT 69, great showing today. We need to see even more of a showing coming into tomorrow. We want to see them make it up in towards that Super Weekend and then just blow us away with their performances coming into Super Weekend. We know that they could potentially, based on what we've seen happen in Super Weekends, acquire enough points to finish strong on the leaderboard, but only time will tell whether or not that is going to be something we'll see come to fruition. Meanwhile, we are going to be making our way over on towards our final flight path of the day. As we can see, it is starting up in towards the northern side, right there on the edge of shooting range, and of course heading right across towards Multa Power on that eastern side. So this time around, reaching all the way down in towards those far southern drop locations, it's not going to be all too accessible. So we could maybe see the players there from Masters having to move into one of their alternate drop locations, but the same can also be said for the players potentially coming in for the side there of not YONKOUS, INTRUDER as well.
Yeah, or maybe even Super Young Stars. I mean, it is a pretty far rotation there towards Primosk, so they might just drop down early, get a car, and make that momentum on through. But so far, I do like that we're seeing a few of the teams really try out a few of the different drop sites. We had Unique mostly sort of favoring that Ferry Pier position. Now they're back towards Severny. So resetting themselves again and looking to give us a couple surprises. I do see a few changes coming through for some of the teams as well. Intruders finding themselves there towards Multipower instead. So a nice little bit of a change up there. And Masters on the lookout for them, taking their rotations through. So, I mean, yeah, I think it's a great opportunity for teams to really show us what they've got on some of the other sites. And Zone, okay. Zone saying, you like Military Island, right? You normally drop here, right? Why didn't you drop here this time?
Well, flight paths, right? That would be the main reason. But now this is where those rotations could potentially be quite interesting. As we see the players from Masters, they are all the way up in towards the north, dropping close to where we usually see the players from Cryptics moving into. But as we know, it's not going to be the same this time around. So those rotations will have to try and make their way on through, as we see quite a bit of contention potentially heading over on towards that eastern bridge. But G3, this is home ground for them. So nothing out of the ordinary. And I'm curious to see whether or not they are going to be looking to rake in a few of those eliminations, or just make things generally difficult for any of the opposing teams rotating up in their direction.
Yeah, I don't think we should be seeing any of those early sort of gambles that we saw previously with one of our last southern zones on Erangel, where most of the teams just flocked towards that military island because the shift was so drastic. For the time being, I think the teams are still playing it on a 50-50. They'll sort of get the idea with the next zone shift. So still plenty of main island action. Military base will be abandoned for the time being, sorry. But we'll see the rotations coming through shortly. As well as a few interesting setups here. Masters running a bit of a 3-1 setup. Angelo very close towards Severny, just checking to see what Unique might be doing. Maybe even trying to find a pathing through. In terms of the other sides, Blackjack also very split up. Similar to what we saw Slimefork AT doing on Miramar at the moment. I'm not sure if they're going to regroup anytime soon, but Petrox very close towards virtual gaming. So might want to just regroup for the time being. And Zero Tolerance having a little bit of a potential contention there towards their normal drop side there from Sunken City, because YONKOUS just up close and personal.
I just realized you said Petrox really close to virtual gaming. Well, I would be worried because
yes.
Petrox is in virtual
Looking
gaming.
at the wrong name, it's MG. The lineup was so good, and I was like, okay, well, maybe there was a name change.
It's just, it's just, if you have to be worried, if you have to be concerned with your own team,
hey, then you know you got some trouble up in up in the camp. Need to deal with that ASAP before finals.
Oh, the beauty of of the weird things us casters say. But another interesting position that I'm seeing is Super Young Stars very close to 1 million up in towards South George, that hospital kind of position, but also SWAT 69. They moved to center zone. And now we see them starting with a potential rotation on towards that more western kind of setup. Of course, up into towards Yasnaya, Slimefork AT, doing the usual, going about their loot business, uncontested. Yeah, snaking through the buildings as one does. But I'm looking forward to the rotation out of Yasnaya, and it could either be maybe going down towards that kind of Potato Hill setup, or even a little bit further down south. But also, speaking about down south, Triple Esports, they've got the players from G3 positioned just a little bit down south from their current position. You can see Miramar looking so eager to get out of there, just sitting on the back of the vehicle, waiting to see if anyone's going to potentially take it. And, ooh, yeah, there we go. A little bit of a tap coming through from Thor over on towards the vehicle. We don't really see anyone from G3 in that immediate area, but they're pretty close to there.
It is also weird to see G3 here towards Farm, but not to see 1 million over towards Malta. They obviously went for that South Georgia pool, drop site that we normally see Cryptics sort of occupying. So a little bit of weird. A few changes coming through. Of course, the flight path did deem that necessary for a few of the teams and their usual drop sites. Masters now making a little bit more of that, holding that northern side rotation there, so they might have the longest rotation really to work with, as the zone is going to be coming on through, and the teams need to find themselves an angle into the chaos. Of course, we know G3 Temper still just holding that eastern bridge for now. They haven't yet made the investment, but the opportunity is still there for them for the time being. I don't know, in terms of the rest, it's really going to come down to that zone shift, because if it for some reason does still pull south, ooh,
Yeah.
ooh.
Yeah, but that's what we're waiting for, right? We're waiting for that right? That's like on my list. That's on my to-do list for today, is
I
see
want
a
bridges.
play come through. So, I mean, because I've got my Ross here, so it would be perfect. But now, of course, it is going to be triple. Looking to get a little bit of a play and spray onto the side here of YONKOUS. So, some good scouting coming through from triple, as we can see them now quick to react, looking to reposition and looking to apply a bit of that pressure coming through. But YONKOUS, they're not too bothered, right? They're just going to be hopping in their vehicles and just rotating even further down south. But now what's going to make it interesting for them is G3 is also heading in a very similar direction as they are.
G3 is also a little bit spread out here, so I mean, YONKOUS rotating through might find Nacho, but the rest, Waden, Six God, Flacco, they're not close to get involved here. Nacho's on their own. So if YONKOUS actually invest into this, that we don't know. We don't know how that's going to end up for them, but it might be a little bit of a troubling situation. Now, 1 million up there towards the ridgeline, there towards Everest, looking down upon potentially zero tolerance here, just looking for a potential angle to work with. Dexter up close and personal, just scouting out the area, while the rest of the team is up a little bit higher, getting some fresh air, taking in the views, and waiting for these rotations to finish on up, because the zone is still pulling on through. Huge bit of a shift coming through, so many of the teams still finding their angles in. And G3 sort of, I don't know, they're sort of teetering around that eastern bridge. Still not making an investment, but they're there. They're just like, oh, please make that shift towards south.
Yeah, they're waiting to see what that zone is going to bring on through. And, of course, you can see a lot of the teams also just trying to get themselves as close to that potential southern side. As we can see, the teams now all starting to line up along that coastal line. We got the Super Young Stars, we got Myth, we got the players there from SWAT 69 over towards that western bridge. Eastern bridge also quite congested, as we can see. Potato Hill Farm, a lot of players currently positioned in towards that region. But Masters, Intruder, Slimefolk AT, Lusail, even the players further up north from 1 million, zero tolerance, they just taking their time. But still, now it is 50-50, right? Because we got the waterway in the middle, and now up comes the big gamble.
Oh no. So why are you like this? It's like they're teasing us. They're just like, ooh, maybe something's gonna happen here, maybe not. So that sort of race that we were setting up with the teams that could potentially have gone towards the southern island is gonna have to wait for the time being. Virtual Gaming now finding Triple Esports. The store does go down, and Petrox just moves on through, making sure that they are not the imposter I made them out to be earlier on, getting those eliminations. So great for Petrox. Thank you for proving me wrong once again. And again, rotation is now coming on through. I mean, Triple Esports now looking to disengage from here. Unfortunately, going to have to leave Thor behind, because priority has to be rotations here. Priority has to be that, because there's so little space. As we can see, Myth and Super Young Stars now towards this western bridge finding each other.
Yeah, but ideally, I'm liking this play coming through from Super Young Stars. I just hope and wish that they would commit to that push, looking to maybe set themselves up a little bit further on towards that southern side. But, well, for the time being, they are able to take control of those compounds on the edge of that bridge. So a good setup coming in, seeing that we could have quite a few potential rotations coming through in the next zone shift, depending, of course, on where that next phase is going to be jumping in towards. But also, Zero Tolerance just sneaking up right here behind the Super Young Stars. We can see Charla and the rest of the team up ahead. Vortex, of course, now just getting a little bit of the scout game going here. But they got to be careful because we've got Lusail rolling in, we've got 1 million rolling in, we've got Unique rolling in. So many teams, and once that position is established, they got to defend it. And man, if they do a good job here, they could definitely be walking away with quite a few of those eliminations.
We also did miss a bit of a rotation coming through from Intruders. They're no strangers to, of course, that military base island, so they know how to make their rotations when it counts. So, looking at this, familiar ground for them, and a great opportunity potentially for G3 Temper, but they're the ones that set up, you know, that potential bridge camping position first, but all of the teams on the other side with the other bridge. So some crazy, crazy contention here. As you can see, SWAT 69 right up against Team Unique. Super Young Stars not far behind. We've got Zero Tolerance in the area. We've got Myth in the area. We've got 1 million in the area. It's going to be absolutely crazy. Still many more teams to pull on through and kick us off with some chaos.
Yeah, but it's interesting to see all the teams rather moving towards the Western Bridge, right? G3 now just being in a position where they could casually stroll across that bridge, completely uncontested, and while all the congestion now happening over on towards that western side of zone. We even see the players here from Slime4KT bumping into Masters Esports as both teams are still looking to rotate up in towards the zone. Ban now gonna get sent back. If Slime have their way with him. But now it is still down to that position. Again, as we know, nothing is 100% guaranteed. What we know for a certainty, for 100% fact, is that the zone is where the zone is, and that is about it, right? There is also a beautiful waterway in between, and the team's now just waiting in anticipation to see where this next shift is going to be going. If it goes down south, it is going to be absolutely brutal, but it stays north. Now, we're going to see the players from G3 quickly hopping into the vehicles, potentially looking to rush back on towards that main island. But this could also be a little bit of trouble now coming in for the players there of Intruder. Meanwhile, Virtual Gaming and, of course, the players here from Lusail, they've already started their fight ahead of that zone shift.
And we know Lusail designated driver strats were made thanks to them and now coming through for this. I mean, they were the team to really introduce us to this, starting off on that first week. And now finding two on the side of Virtual Gaming as Alpha Luigi rotates on out and tries to stay alive, at least for the time being. As SWAT 69 also pulls into the area, pulls into the zone, and that huge migration comes on through with so many teams looking and vying for potential position here. SWAT 69 now looking to just chip away at the health bars here of Lusail. And YONKOUS finding themselves pretty close towards that center. And Unique and Lusail now finding each other as well. Lusail just on a little bit of a tear of their own. They've got two. They're looking for the other two left. The nades are being popped. It is looking fantastic, but can they hold it?
Yeah, Unique also going to be looking to bounce back from this one, as it is now 3 players on the side of Unique, 2 on the side of Lusail. That's, of course, if they can pull that res off, as we can see now. Lusail sending out a few more nades, but they are playing it out in the open. A good distraction coming in, and this could be an opportunity for Unique now to have a quick reset. As we can see, Scope trying to keep the angles open here, trying to keep that line of sight locked in. Slike, of course, now will be rezzed on through. Salam just quickly trying to tap away, looking to see if they can find anything in that direction. Winky with a quick reposition. Also now having a bit of pressure come in from behind us. We got the players there from 1 million right up behind them. So a difficult position now for the players here of Unique. But now they got to prioritize the fights. Which one are they going to look to take first? Are they going to go with 1 million? Are they going to go with Lusail? Or they should try to take both?
Oh, you've been caught out here, Black Lost. Trying to be sneaky. Is going to take a little bit of damage here, but Slike going down, Winky going down. So Scope now holding the line here for Team Unique as the confirmation comes through onto one. Looks for the others. The nades are being sent through. Scope in a bit of a troubling situation here. Of course, 1v3 potentially Holding the line, prepping that nade. Confirmation onto Winky as we go. Scope now, still last member remaining here for Unique. Still having to hold the line and finding themselves in a sandwich. They have poked the bear of Lusail. They poked the bear of 1 million. And now who's going to be looking for that confirmation? Steps up, tries to run away. Dexter not going to be making that connection. Scope, please, run if you can. But where do you go? Young Stars right ahead of you. I mean, pick your poison, really.
Yeah, it looks like Scope is just lathered in butter, you know, just sliding back and forth, in and out of the sprays, heading in their direction. But you cannot dodge all the nades. Of course, now 1 million are going to be looking to advance their way back on through. And with that, it is going to be the end of the road for Unique. Looking at that zone shift, it has now moved down south. YONKOUS finding themselves beautifully set up coming into this next phase. But here we have Blackjack, G3 on the defensive line. Of course, Lusail now going to be looking to rush forward in towards the zone. We do see the players here from Triple up ahead. We got SWAT 69 also positioned just further up from them. But now, who will be the teams to control these absolutely dominating positions coming in here? Of course, we do see Masters Esports and Intruder having a bit of a fight. Bit of an engagement coming in on that eastern side. But it is going to be pure chaos now with 14 teams moving into this fourth phase.
Oh, it's tiny. We have so little space to work with, but none of the teams want to be the first three to go out with 0 placement points here. So they are vying for their positions. They are vying to stay alive. Masters now, Ilias finding at least a little bit of success there on towards G3 Temper as the rotations come on through. Slime 4KT once again split up and looking to try get into the zone, but third parties as the teams are looking to keep each other out of their real estate. It's ours. It's mine. Keep out. Elias being a little cheeky, driving right between G3 and Intruder. That's fine. I'm going to rotate back on out. And again, it's just the ridge lines are so chaotic. There's so many teams just looking for some sort of an angle to work with here.
Yeah, but of course now they've pulled their way up on towards the coastline. The beach of bad decisions or bad hiding spots, right? It's super open as we can see. And the only kind of cover that they have is the cover that they bring along with them. So we can see Lusail now just trying to take the more aquatic approach. G3 also now trying to laser on down. We got the Super Young Stars out on the water itself. With the players there from SWAT 69 trying to play that high ground position up on the hillsides. YONKOUS holding on to the compound up towards the northern side of the zone. Not a lot of options really here. One of the few points for them to actually use as hard cover. Now it is up to the players from Myth and 1 million to fight it out for controlling position in towards the northern side. Dexter trying to hide behind a bush, but it's not bulletproof. The tree might be. Farouk also now getting hit up on the roof, and now Black lost. Right up alongside Ramsey, who will be the first one to fall. Ramsey trying to reposition. Black lost. Cooking up the nade. This is going to be the one. No. Black lost going to come on through. Ramsey goes down. 1 million. Sending the players there from Team Myth right back into the lobby. 13 teams now left to fight it out. And not a lot of space for them to utilize.
I think that is sugarcoating the situation we're looking at right now. Fourth phase, 13 squads alive. And as you can see, what did you call it? The bad beach, you know, the beach of bad decisions coming on through, because that's all that they really have to work with here. I mean, half of the zone is water. You can't be swimming in water like Charla. Or maybe you can. We'll see. Super Young Stars now trying to make the rotation from the water onto the mainland. And unfortunately, they might make so right next to Lusail, 4KT, and of course, Masters looking this way. Might not be a great opportunity. Zone going to be centering up now towards the main island. So in favor of Zero Tolerance, YONKOUS, and Triple, even 1 million from that northern side. Rest of the teams, they have to find an angle into the chaos, really. Masters Esports looking at G3 Temper. This is chaos. There's no good angle here for the teams to work with here. It's just going to come down to those cheeky rotations and maybe getting some cheeky shots, as we can see Salam under a bit of pressure. And Angelo, once again, just so cheeky with the drive-through, just saying, hello, I see you, goodbye for now.
Ooh, that's got a sting as Flacco rushes up into an open door. And of course, GG next, standing there, welcoming them in. Of course, now the strafing is going to come through as GG next and Nacho fight it out for control of this compound. But GG next just hopping out the window, hopping right back on in, getting ready to push. Nacho just on the opposite end, a quick mid coming through there. Nacho up against 2 now as we see Lewis. And GG next trying to hold on. Oh, down goes GG. It is up to Lewis. Nacho gets the confirmation. Come on. Will Lewis clutch it out? Oh, they run right past each other. And Nacho says, this is Nacho building. This is mine. I am taking it. And, well, Nacho is able to hold on to that. So good position at least for now. But it is going to be Izuraf and, of course, NNN7 looking to now contest Nacho for that building. They want it back. It was theirs to start with. And they're going to fight to the very finish for that building. Of course, now Super Young Stars down south as well looking to push in. But Nacho, he's just dodging, dipping, and diving and fighting his way around. All these nades and barrages of damage potentially flying up in his direction.
YONKOUS now maybe turning their attention here towards Masters might be the opportunity that Nacho needs. But still plenty of chaos to come on through. 12 teams now remaining, so we're into placement point territory here. But obviously the teams are looking for so much more, especially Intruders now trying to get up into zone. Hemo last live, not for long. Reverb is there to take them on out as Intruder gets sent back to the lobby and Masters turn their attention there towards Lusail Esports. Again, I mean, there's so many teams, unfortunately, in the water, so plenty of opportunity to get taken out there. And the Skydo, Dexter, having a little bit of a jumping competition, and now finding Lelouch. Lelouch is saying, thank you, I've been waiting for you to jump out of that building. We'll be taking a couple of those eliminations off of the board. Eflex now joining the party. Stop! Stop! Stop!
Oh, that is just brutal. I mean, Lelouch, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? Just wreaking havoc. That's what it is. 1 million having some pretty tough rotations being made there. Of course, Lusail also now having to pack their bags and make their way back up in towards the lobby. Slime for KT also biting the dust. And down we are now to our final 9 teams looking to fight it out. Of course, Blackjack looking pretty good. Still all 4 players up. Now they need to push in from that eastern side. We still have Nacho defending his little building here. Of course, NNN7 is going to look to push them out, but unfortunately, not reaching as far in as they would have liked. Of course, the Molly is now getting deployed as well. Up comes those smoke grenades, and YONKOUS now having to make a decision here, because if they stay too long, Blackjack is going to try and flash them out as well. Zane also sending a quick one out there, flying right through the closed door. We know the door's obviously open. Otherwise, it would rebound right back onto his lap. But we are down to final 19. 17 players remaining. Blackjack, the only squad alongside SWAT 69, sitting on 4 players left. Another good push coming in here from SWAT 69.
Oh, absolutely. And Blackjack as well, looking to capitalize. The Super Young Stars get sent back. Obviously coming through from that little bit of a swim. It did not go their way alongside Virtual Gaming, who also did not have a great swim. Now SWAT 69 coming through from that southern side, picking up some great elimination points. And of course, Blackjack now looking for both Nacho and YONKOUS, as they are the last players standing in their way of getting a fantastic building in the zone. YONKOUS down! Nacho still alive for the time being. Nades being cooked, and right around the corner they should go. Lelouch sending in one and finding Nacho. Oh! That is G3 Temper out. SWAT 69 picking up Masters now. Huge, huge for our 2 teams here still with 4 players remaining, as the last 2 squads to worry about is down to 1 member each.
Yeah, I mean, such a good play coming through here from SWAT once again. You know, the strategic weapons and tactics really working out quite favorably here for them. But all they got to do now is push to the very, very end. Already finding themselves up in the top 4. 1 million. Down to 1, as we can see Escanor now doing the dance here, trying to take a sip of the blue. Fortunately managing to take a quick heal in as well. Vortex for the side of Zero Tolerance. Fully perched just up ahead. Does get spotted as the bag sticks out through the wall there. So very unfortunate that Vortex has now been busted with that location. Oh, Sabir gets hit. Down goes Escanor. Blue zone being devastating, as of course MG looks to capitalize on that. It is down to the final 3. Vortex about to get pushed. As we can see, Blackjack, oh, look at that nade, is going to come right up in their direction. Blackjack trying to close this one out, but now, still, SWAT 69, they're in it to win it. Will they be able to find those finishing hits? Down goes Reverb though. Bosh coming into the beautiful hit. Zane, the next one down. Oh, this is so crazy. Zane not getting down just yet, but it was super close. Lelouch, MG looking to bounce back. Zero tolerance, still down to 1. As we can see, Vortex now just barely within the zone, but up comes the hits now from SWAT 69 as they start sending the nades out. Reverb getting re-knocked. Down he goes. Blackjack. Oh, come on. Down to 3. SWAT 69 still rocking 4 players all the way till next Tuesday, but will they be able... Oh, no. Blackjack, they're going to try and finish them off.
Oh, Blackjack now trying to get some revenge here, coming on through. One player going to be finding Zane, unfortunately. So, resetting here, trying to move up right next to Vortex, unfortunately. So this might not be the position they would have wanted. Now going to have to fight tooth and nail against Vortex for this position in the zone. So while they would have loved to focus on SWAT 69, first comes Vortex, who finds one, looks for the second, is trying to get the confirmation, drops down. It isn't the case. Now SWAT 69 pushing on through. Wow, there we go. SWAT 69 getting their first winner chicken dinner. This is the game we were waiting for.
Gotta love it. I mean, that was such a beautiful play. Like, I mean, that was kind of where the downfall came for Blackjack, right? They came rushing up into Vortex. Vortex finding knock after knock. And right as Blackjack was at their most vulnerable, SWAT 69 just, sent them an email to close it up. And with that, they walk away with their first winner chicken dinner as well. So 2 teams so far today picking up their first winner chicken dinners. Absolutely fantastic way to, well, start off the 3rd week of league play. And I gotta say I am so excited to see what the teams will be bringing to the battlefield tomorrow.
Look, if this is how we're starting off the day with, as you said, 2 teams picking up their first winner chicken dinners, we're getting different teams in the top 5. We're getting such different results than what we've expected in the last couple of weeks. That just goes to show that the efforts that the teams have been making behind the scenes are finally coming to fruition. So we should be expecting a very different 3rd week of PMPL Africa 2022. And that means, you better be watching. That means you better come back tomorrow. You better come back for the Super Weekend, because it's anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, pretty much, right? It is evident today. It is anyone's game. But we know, okay, fine. Before I get too excited, it is league play, but still, right? Such a good performance coming through from SWAT 69. They are laying the foundation. Now they got to build, they got to push, they got to keep that momentum going forward. An absolutely great way to close up today. Beautiful finish. I mean, I saw in the chat a few people saying SWAT 69 getting so close, and this time they didn't get 2nd place. They took the chicken, right? They locked it up, they closed it in, and they said, you know what, this time we're not going to take 2nd. We're going to make it as far as we can, and they closed it up. Such a beautiful chicken dinner. Oh, it was fantastic. Gotta love it. But of course, we saw quite a few interesting plays coming through in this match as well. That zone really being quite challenging for the teams. We got that southern shift to start us off with the flight path, up and towards the northern side. And I mean, the anticipation building for the teams at that zone was like 50-50 between north and the southern island. And then it just went boop back into the northern edge. Oh, I mean, some really challenging rotations coming through there. But of course, got to give credit there to Vortex from Zero Tolerance, just holding on to that position and just finding some pretty devastating plays onto Blackjack, as they also then got rushed. And, good plays across the board, particularly moving into these last 2 phases.
I love the changes coming through. I love that we're constantly seeing these new teams coming through into those top 5s, top 3s, however you want to look at it, because it means that competition is still rising. Again, we know league play, there's a certain pinch of salt that we need to take with the results we're seeing, but it is an opportunity for us to see so much more. And speaking about seeing so much more, let's take a look at the highlights just to remind you what happened on that last Erangel.
Talk about a dark horse team, right? SWAT 69 just coming out of nowhere, but of course, the players coming through there from Blackjack. Also, we saw some really, really devastating performances coming in. It was so great to see. But of course, we have to now take a look at our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to bring in this last match of the day.
That is going to be the question, especially for SWAT 69, who had such a big performance coming through. I mean, just look at that, 26 points to pick up at the end of our first day of league play. So a huge opportunity for them to really start jumping up of those overall rankings. Blackjack Esports, a little bit unlucky there with that engagement with zero tolerance towards the end. I also saw a nade finish coming through for SWAT 69, so it was just absolute chaos. But picking up 9 eliminations, not doing bad whatsoever. And it starts to trickle down. Lusail picking up 7 eliminations, just to name and highlight a few. But very interesting. Also seeing YONKOUS now picking up some points, and we know they were alongside Masters towards that last page, so potentially jumping up into the overall rankings.
Yeah, that's what we'd like to see. Teams continuously looking to shuffle it up. But of course, now, as we look at our overall rankings, SWAT 69 sitting right up at the top, 8 points away from having, you know, their name being reflecting in the scores there as well. But really good efforts being put in from them. There have been 40 placement points. That is absolutely insane. Well done. I'm super chuffed, super proud of the performance that SWAT 69 brought in today. We got to see more of it. Of course, Cryptics holding on to that second position on 56 points. And as we move a little bit further on to the same page, and then the second page, it is still very much neck and neck all the way through.
You can say that again. I mean, one good jump could mean the difference here. And Mad Knight, Triple Esports, as we know, 2 of the 3 teams that we are keeping our eyes out for, sitting on 22 points in 13th and 14th position respectively. Wow, they really went all twinsies with these points. I mean, placement, eliminations, everything. Wow, how did you do that? Anyway, very close to that threshold for the top 16. So I would expect that coming tomorrow, they really put their best foot forward. They make sure that they get as many points possible, because it's going to just help alleviate some of the pressure in the back of their minds that, yes, we could potentially make it into Super Weekend. Team Myth, YONKOUS, and Masters Esports still, unfortunately, on this last page, but it's close. I mean, one good game for either Team Myth, YONKOUS, or Masters could mean that they find themselves within qualifying position for Super Weekend, the last Super Weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm really hopeful that we see the players from Virtual Gaming, INTRUDER, Triple Esports, Mad Knight, and SWAT 69 making their way right in towards that final Super Weekend. Looking at the performance we had coming through from SWAT 69, it could be a possibility, right? If they continue on the trend that we saw them with today, some absolutely beautiful things, and we love to see even more of that now coming to the battlefield. But of course, we also have to give a few shout outs here. First one, well, the last shout out for the day, rather, going right out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. But as so far, I mean, the first day of this final week of league play, really satisfying. We saw some beautiful players coming through, some surprising performances, and of course that is what we were expecting, or rather hoping to see today.
Yeah, I was hoping for that. We can't expect anything because my strat book is in the garden. I threw it out the window last week or the first week. So unfortunately, we can't predict what's going to happen. And the players are going to be the ones to make that decision for us. They're the ones that are going to bring the action and hopefully bring in the points to get into the next Super Weekend and the last Super Weekend, because the finals are going to be absolutely insane. Everyone wants to get into the finals, but only 16 of them can. So it's going to come down to this last week. It's going to be absolutely crazy tomorrow, I expect. So please make sure that you guys join us tomorrow. Oh, you cannot put any sort of expectation, any sort of predicament. Nothing is going to come through than what you think. It's going to be absolutely chaos.
Yeah, well, we can't wait to see the chaos unfold on the battlefield tomorrow. So be sure to join us, same time, same place. We look forward to seeing you all back again. Stay safe. Have a great night.